Okay, we're live, I think. Yep, looks like it. Let's pop up chat again from the new window. Yep. So people should be able to hear us. I hope. Hello, hello. Just got here. Why is it so hard to breathe all of a sudden? Oh no, because the oxygen wasn't included. I get it. I get it. Funny. Okay, can you guys hear us okay? We have to be we can't be super loud because the older boy is only just barely asleep, but we should be okay.
The little one stirred a minute ago too, so.
Oh no.
He can't hear us in here, but he might be awake soon.
What does the little baby even do? He just hangs out and is a baby.
Does baby things, thinks baby thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, can you guys hear Lily all right? A bit difficult to hear Lily. Okay, I moved the microphone a little bit. That might be a little better now. Which Neo DLC is this? Yeah, Neo gets weird. First time actually showing up for a stream. I've been watching your streams on YouTube. Cool.
Welcome.
Glad you could finally make it to one. You're here for the live experience, which is so much different than the offline experience.
I just posted my question this afternoon. Will it be included?
What is your name, Bridge Builder? If you don't want to say your full name, just say your first name with your last name initialized. And the real names are on the list, Lily. So just don't say the full name, okay?
So I just want
Maybe you just go through it right now and just take the whole.
take the last names.
Take the middle names out and take the last names. Just make them into just the initial.
Okay.
Yeah. So just do that for the whole thing while I get set up, and then maybe we'll go through the whole thing and we'll just read out the names of everybody, and then we'll see if we're missing any. But I just made the list right now, so it should be there. It should be there. Okay, let me tweet this out.
Matt O and Mika W.
All right. Why the fuck did I stay up till 3 a.m. for this shit? I don't know. I don't know why you would do that. It's not going to be that exciting, is it? So I don't know why you would do that. Questionable life choices there, Lunar Homo sapien. Hello, Joe and Lily. I'm excited I got to ask one of the questions this month. Cool.
Okay, I have a Matt O. Is that one of them? That's one of them, right?
Yeah, I think
Matt
there's.
O and Mika W.
Yeah.
So I have a Matt O.
We'll do a list of all the names.
And a Mika W. Got you both. One after the other, actually.
It's Micah.
Oh, Micah? I'm sorry.
It's
I always
Micah.
thought that was pronounced Mika. I'm sorry. Now I know. Micah. Micah. How you say mother in Macedonian?
Okay, so we're gonna have oxygen not included on in the background, but we're not really going to be focusing on it at all. It's not going to be important. I'm just going to be mindlessly doing stuff. I'm not going to be playing efficiently. I'm not going to have any plans. I'm just gonna be putting things together and seeing what happens. So it's just something that's going on. So last time we did Opus Magnum at the beginning, and then we switched over to this afterwards, and that wasn't that didn't go particularly well. But right now we're waiting for people to form up, I guess.
Remember to timestamp.
Hmm?
Remember to timestamp.
Not going to be able to stay for the entire stream, unfortunately. Yep. We'll try. We'll try to do it. Thank you for the reminder, Hainboy. Hey, Joan Lily. Hi, Joan Lily. How much is it to subscribe, Joe? On Twitch, I think it's $5. Or if you have Amazon Prime, you have a free sub you can give out every single month to somebody. I think you have one. I think that's how it works, and that's the same as a sub. It's the exact same thing.
Maddie Marie, it is 10:19 p.m. here. So our late night streams are perfect for you Aussies, but not perfect for Europe, and vice versa when we're doing during the day.
Yokel.
I really do need to rethink my life choices. Yeah, perfect for Europe if you have a broken sleep schedule. Patreon is whatever they want, right? $1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's whatever you want. But it's I think asking questions is behind $3. Because otherwise it's gonna get insane. If every patron could ask a question, and if every patron did ask a question, then these streams would be spaced over, I think, 5 nights. But as it is, not many people do take advantage of it. I think we only had 16 people ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
And
there weren't that many people. People had 2 or 3 questions each, but
there are a lot of people above $3 that don't ask questions, or have asked the question that they already wanted to ask, I guess. Excuse me. Okay, that's good enough. This game just got updated, so I don't know if they changed it, but you want learning and strength are the best ones. You also want someone with high creativity to do stuff, but it doesn't really matter for that.
Hey William, any chance of a TO meetup one day? Not for a long while. Don't think we're comfortable meeting people yet.
Not yet. Woo Joe after dark. I almost said after dank. Yay me, 2 p.m. here. Stop staying up so late to answer my questions. Think of your health. What's more helpful, assuming the same amount? Twitch sub or $5 on Patreon? Whatever you prefer. Whatever rewards that you prefer more, if that's what you're getting out of it. I think Patreon gives a better split in terms of subscribing. In terms of bits and cheering, it's the same, I think. But if you subscribe on Twitch, I think you don't get ads anymore, do you? I think that's how it works. And you also get access to the emotes, and you get a chat badge too, or you will once we get them set up. Whereas on Patreon, you have there's all the reward tiers there.
So it's really what you prefer.
Yeah, whatever you prefer. I don't. When people ask that question, I always say whatever you're more comfortable with. Some people are more comfortable giving money through Twitch. Some people are more comfortable giving money through Patreon. And now that you've asked that, please don't feel that you have to do something. If you don't want to, then that's fine. But thank you for the consideration.
The earlier stream was good. He's done with Neo now.
Yeah, we didn't finish it, but yeah, we're done with it. I'd like to continue, but I think that we're done with Neo for now. I think a lot of people are happy that we're done with Neo as well, so I think that's for the best. So we'll be starting with the questions soon, but for now, can we?
Good night, Lunar.
can you go through the list and just say everyone who asked the questions? So just say their names. Okay. So if you want to listen up to see if your question got through, and if it didn't, you can message me on Discord, and I will check it in the next 5 minutes. If not, then I'm assuming that they all went through. So go ahead, Lily. Take it away.
So John T. Nazajil. Trash Tier Waifu Happy Lifeu. I'm gonna say this name wrong. Björn. Looks maybe Swedish. Not sure. Kind of like Bjorn, but not. Jack L. Aiden O. Raphael P. Barris M. Or Baris M. Alex O. Jonathan S. Will M. Thaddeus W. Kev. Matt O. Micah W.
Just hold it down.
I like my way. Stuart H.
Hey Nova, how's it going? Oh no. Okay, that's the last one. Okay. So
No, there's one after this. It got copied twice.
did it?
Yeah, it did, because I noticed it at the very end, and now I'm seeing it, and it's not the last one. There was one after this. Joshua S.
Joshua S.
He's the last one.
Okay. So
It is there again.
so scroll up and delete the first one.
Just let me make sure.
This one should be the last one, and then we'll scroll up and delete the first one of that giant surprise that we're gonna have to do at the end of the stream. Okay, so did hopefully everyone heard Lily and they can hear us both. And so I'm gonna explain what's gonna happen is that Lily is gonna read out the questions and I'm gonna answer them to the best of my ability while this is going on. And after every person, we are going to take at least one question from chat. I don't know if we're going to be able to take many questions from chat. There are quite a few questions tonight. Some of them asked, some of them are quite long. So 16 people doesn't sound like a lot, but some of the questions are quite involved. And I think that's more than last time, isn't it? Or some people asked 3 questions because last time it was a limit on 2. So
These questions look more involved than last time.
yeah, so we want to be a little careful because we do have the big gigantic Undertale stream tomorrow, so want to be careful about that.
And we want to be thorough too, if possible.
Yeah.
We don't want to anyone feeling like we didn't give them enough attention. The Q&A is for Patreon. It's $3, right? It's a
Yep.
$3 Patreon and up.
It's $3. We do it once a month. Yeah, that's what we do. So it may seem kind of stupid that we're gonna answer questions from chat at the same time, but the way it works is that patrons get to ask more than one question, and their answer is guaranteed. That's how it works. So you're guaranteed to get an answer. I'm not trying to plug the Patreon by doing that. I'm just trying to explain how it works and what the format is going to be tonight. That's how it works. You had 18 people asking last time? Yeah, but they had there was a 2-question limit last time, right? And it's a 3-question limit this time, so some people asked 3
Yeah, it
questions.
looks longer to me than last time.
Yeah. So it's quite we'll see how it goes. It might be okay, but we'll see how it goes with that. Yo dude, I loved your Jack and Crash videos. Great work on them at Nova Canute. Wow. Complimenting another YouTuber in my chat. Just wow. How rude, right, Lily? How rude. How rude.
Everyone in stream, do keep in mind, if Joe Lily misses your question in chat, feel free to ask it again. Just try not to spam it because it makes my job harder.
How many mods do we have here tonight? I added some new mods with the thought that we could have a couple more
So far, I've just seen William.
for these streams. Comb is here too. Comb 908.
Oh, is he? I didn't
Yeah.
see him. Is it comb or calm?
I think it's Comb. Maybe it's Comb.
Maybe I've been saying that wrong too.
3 mods right now, not including Nightbot and yourself. Okay, so three is three's okay. I think I would prefer to have maybe one or two more at this time.
I was right.
But that's okay. 150 people here. That's probably fine. That's probably okay. All right. I think that's all right. Yeah. Okay. So I think we can start the questions, Lily.
Okay.
I think so.
So John T asks, let's start off with a quick one. How do you like streaming so far? I'm enjoying it a lot. Anyway, it's on to the longer questions. So how do you feel about streaming?
Oh, it's just a quick one. Yeah, I like it a lot. Yep, streaming's great. It's really enjoyable, and I'm surprised by how much I like it. Yep.
So first question, as a writer, do you sometimes get frustrated reading people's... He wrote it like that. As a writer, do you sometimes get frustrated reading people's with improper spelling grammar?
Oh, he spelled everything wrong on purpose? Okay.
Do you ever find yourself correcting people's grammar spelling? Yes, all those mistakes were on purpose.
That's pretty funny, John. I doesn't really bother me. Certain things used to bother me, but I've gotten over it, and it doesn't really bother me much at all anymore. There's a lot of people that get very, very annoyed and at things about the difference between less and fewer, there, that sort of thing. There are a couple things that still make my eye twitch a little bit when I see it, like the there thing. But I think I've gotten over a lot of that stuff, and I've come to the conclusion that as long as I can understand what someone is trying to say without any ambiguity whatsoever, that I'm okay with it. The one thing that still really grinds my gears, and I wish it didn't, because I would just like to have just gotten over this part of myself completely, but unfortunately I can't, is the possessive form of it's. Probably because of the... I'll be impressed if enough people in chat, or if more than 3 people in chat know this, then I'll be impressed about that. The Homestar Runner bit that Strombad did, where he sings the song, if it's supposed to be possessive, it's just ITS, but if it's supposed to be a contraction, it's IT''S. Scallywag, that's the jingle he did. And since I heard that jingle, I can't. It annoys me every single time because I see it and I'm like, you fucker, you don't know the jingle. And it's yeah, that one gets to me. I wish it didn't. The other one that what to expand on your question, what gets me more, which is really funny, is when people correct other people's grammar incorrectly. So we were speaking about a particular sort of thing the other day when Lily was talking about Gone Girl, which is when people correct you when you say something like Lily and me went to the store. They'll say Lily and I, and that's correct. That is they are correct to correct you there. It is Lily and I went to the store. That is the correct way to say it. However, people don't realize that there is a way to say Lily and me in a correct way. They don't realize that the rule is that you take off the extra person in the sentence. So you take away the Lily and whatever is left becomes correct. So that the reason why that is correct is because it is Lily and I went to the store would become I went to the store. Lily and me becomes me went to the store. So it wouldn't be correct. There was a good example of that when the me is correct. I can't think of it now. There was one in the book. Do you remember what it was? What was the something in me? Wow, just tuned in. This streamer seems like a nitpicky asshole.
In Gone Girl?
Yeah, there was an example where it was correct.
I don't remember now. She did it twice, and it was in her part.
Yeah.
And she would put it in brackets and say, yes, I know, and that's correct.
Yeah. So that gets to me, and
I didn't realize that. I didn't think about it until then.
Yeah. So that's how it works, and getting pissed off about the fewer and less gets to me too, but it's all right. So yeah, to answer your question, John, it doesn't really bother me. Sometimes in my head when I see a mistake, I just auto-correct it, and that's a pretty good snap for me. I usually get a snap with my fingers. I just auto-correct it with my eyes, and then I continue, and that's it.
Assuming starvation, dehydration are not factors, would you rather only be able to eat cheese or only be able to drink wine for the rest of your life? This is an easy one.
Oh shit. I think I'd just rather kill myself. That's not living.
Cheese.
That's not living. Yeah, but imagine eating nothing but cheese for the rest of your life. Ew.
Well, you don't have any other options, so you don't like wine, so.
Yeah, I don't really like wine, and I don't like getting drunk. I don't like the effects of alcohol. It's not. Sometimes I get really personal when I answer the question because I want to be honest. So I apologize if whatever I say is way too personal on stream right now. But I've said this before in the stream, and it's just I don't mean to change the tone. It's just I want to be honest. The reason why I don't drink is because my dad was an alcoholic, and so is a lot of my family. That's the big reason. It doesn't bother me. It's not a big deal. I'm not saying it to be like nothing like that. But there's more than just because of that factor. It's also because I just don't enjoy being drunk, and I don't enjoy. Usually I don't even enjoy the taste of alcohol. So that's an easy one. Cheese, but I think I'd rather die. Nothing but cheese forever.
I'd eat the cheese.
I guess
I like cheese.
Can we get genetically modified cheese that
Doesn't
tastes?
say what kind of cheese, so you can mix it up.
Yeah,
and have different kinds of cheese.
can it be genetically modified cheese that tastes like something else? Can we cheat? Yeah. No.
Maybe.
Maybe. Damn, this would you rather got heavy.
Yeah, they tend to.
Yeah.
That's your warning, because I'm guessing it'll happen again. We try to be honest, so sometimes we overshare.
Overshare.
Yeah.
Yeah, we overshare.
Okay, next one. Have you read Asimov's The Last Question?
Asimov, I think is how you
Asimov?
pronounce it. Yeah.
If not, it's only 9 pages, probably a 15 to 20 minute read, and it's a really interesting thought piece. If you have, what are your thoughts on it as a piece of literature and as an idea? If you haven't read it, here's a link to the PDF of it. Hope this stream is going well.
So the last question by Isaac Asimov. Not only have I read that one, I've read the follow-up he did too. So this is one of the rare times that someone has asked this question, and I've actually read it. So that's good. Usually I haven't read it. Yeah, I've read that. I don't remember it all that well because it's been a while since I read it. I read the follow-up. Did he do the follow-up or did someone else do the follow-up? I can't remember if someone else did the follow-up to that. There's something of a sequel. It's a strange sequel, but I can't remember if he was the one who did it or if it was somebody else. Maybe someone in chat knows. The Last Question by Isaac Asimov. I enjoyed that quite a lot, and I thought it was cool how he wrote it and he presented it. So Isaac Asimov, the Last Question is about it starts off with I think two engineers. I think they're engineers who are marveling and sitting there at the most powerful computer that had ever been built up until this point. I think it's based in somewhere in the near future. They've built this really powerful computer, and it is meant to be able to answer any question, and it will be able to provide power to everyone forever, and it's going to be great and wonderful. And then one of the engineers says something to that effect. This is going to be online forever. And then the conversation quickly becomes, well, not forever. And it's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, one day the sun is going to die out. And then they're like, oh, okay. And okay, so you're right. So well, but we can still go to another sun. And it says, okay, yeah, but eventually that sun that star will die out too. And the conversation quickly turns into them asking the supercomputer, is there a way to reverse entropy? Because that's the last question. That's the most important question that there is in terms of longevity of everything. And it goes through multiple parts of the human civilization. So it'll jump forward a couple hundred years and a couple thousand years, and humans have colonized different star systems, different galaxies, then spread out across the whole universe. Now they're inhabiting some weird energy dimension that links everything. They've transcended physical form, and they're still asking this question, and it's still the same computer that is now being updated as they've gone along. That is thinking about the answering this question, and that's the last question: is there a way to reverse entropy? And in the end, something happens, and that's it. It's a very good story. It's very compelling. I don't know if it's worth a ton of thought thinking about, because it's just interesting to dwell on the inevitability of what's going to happen no matter what. That's more about it. And if we don't find an answer, or if there isn't one that we discover, that the events of that book, no matter what our real history or real future is like compared to the fictional history, that is always going to be the ending. Is that there's no stopping entropy, So it is interesting, but apart from that, it didn't give me too much to think about. The sequel, I wish I knew if he wrote the sequel or if someone else wrote the sequel, but the sequel was also interesting, but it was more religious in a way, or religious is the wrong word, more spiritual maybe. But I recommend it. I recommend reading it if anyone is at all interested in what I just said, then I would recommend it. Yep.
Okay, take one from chat.
Yep, we'll take one from chat.
There was a question that's twice already. Do you like progressive rock?
Yep, I do. Yep. Porcupine Tree is one of my favorite bands. I like Dream Theater as well. I like quite a bit of prog rock. Yep. I don't know if they're my favorite genre. It might be, but yeah, I like them quite a bit.
Thank you to Donut Sandwich, who just subscribed.
Thank you, Donut Sandwich. Wait, didn't you ask a question, Donut Sandwich? I'm pretty sure there was a donut sandwich at the end. Someone by the name of Donut Sandwich. They signed it by Donut Sandwich, I think.
Not that I saw.
Yeah. Any other questions from chat?
Do you think Nickelback is as bad as everyone says?
Honestly,
I don't.
Honestly, no. I do think Nickelback is pretty bad. But they aren't offensive, to me, and I hate to do this because it's just so trendy to hate on the kid, but to me, Justin Bieber is offensive, right? Even though he's just a kid and he just plays. Well, he was just a kid. He's not a kid anymore. But he was just wrapped up in what he's doing for mostly a young girl audience, and who cares, right? If I like to think that if Lily grew up in this time, she wouldn't have been enraptured by him. But who knows,
I don't think so.
Backstreet
I like boy
Boys.
bands.
So I don't.
Sing.
I don't know. But to me, that's offensive. Me and Mandalore were listening to fucking Kids Bop recently. That's offensive. Well, no, it's not. Yeah. Kids Bop is offensive.
We're getting subscribers. Stop talking.
Hold on. Let me finish, because we're almost done, and then we can move on to the next question after we say thank you. But it's all in the list here. See, we have a new list here.
Like your list.
But I don't think Nickelback is offensive. So let me put that. There you go. That can go on the. Are we gonna die? Are we running out of oxygen? That can go on the back of their next album. Quote from wildly famous YouTuber Joseph Anderson. Not offensive.
The golden age, thank you. Not so much New Kids for me, but the other ones, yeah.
The golden age?
The golden age. 90s, man. 90s are the best.
90s were not the best. 90s were not the best.
The 90s hasn't become the 90s here because they play it so much.
You know that 90s are not the best.
To me, they're the best. That's all that matters.
Thank you very much to Donut Sandwich, Dallas Viper 109 for the resub, and PK Sands for the sub. Thank you very much, guys. So welcome to the Dragon's Den for Donut Sandwich and PK Sands.
That's good.
And You're Trapped in the Dragon's Den to Dallas Viper. That's the new one. We fully embraced the cringe, right, Lily?
Yeah.
We fully embraced the cringe. So that is a part of our life now, and we can't take it back. So enjoy the cringe.
We'll say it for everyone.
Yeah,
now.
we'll say it for everyone. What are the other ones?
I only say those ones. Those are mine.
The Cringe Cave, that was the other one, right?
You.
What do you mean that's all
I'm
me?
not saying that.
You're not saying Cringe Cave?
No,
okay.
I'm Dragon's Den only.
Okay.
I have standards.
What else do you say though?
I say Clawfist. Welcome to the Dragon's Den. And Dallas is trapped in the Dragon's Den.
There you go. Let's take one more question from chat, and we'll see if we can continue at that rate, and then we'll move on to the next thing, to the next Patreon question. One more question from chat.
What TV shows are we binging right now?
None. No TV shows being binged right now.
The older boy and I are watching Once Upon a Time.
Are you? You still watching that?
Yeah, we watch it when we have lunch.
Okay.
We watch that one. He seems to like, not cartoons really, he seems to like stuff with people, so I think he's enjoying it.
Interesting.
I was watching Downton Abbey for a while. I got really into it, and then I got away from it, and I haven't seen the end now, so I wonder if I'll get back into that or not. Those are the two that I was watching.
I would like to get back to watching Hell on Wheels, because I was enjoying that, and I would like to watch The Punisher that just came out on Netflix, I think yesterday, wasn't it? I'd like to watch that, but sadly, no time, unfortunately. No time. What were we watching before that? Weren't we watching something before that? Were we watching more than Netflix stuff?
Yeah, it does get weird after season 2. I agree with that.
I would. Are you in?
I think I'm on season 4 or something now.
Really?
I'm
Wow, you're
almost
far.
done. I have like 1 or 2 seasons left, and I'm done.
You're pretty far, but you're barely paying attention to it, right?
I was watching it.
You're watching it? Were you?
It starts
Okay.
to get weird. Certain people start to die, and it just gets kind of weird. It kind of, I don't know. It changes a lot.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Yep. Question from chat. Sorry.
From Patreon?
Patreon from chat. I'm sorry. My bad.
Nazajil. Do you have a standard of some sort to decide whether to stream a game that you plan to critique or not? I think you can consider playing gameplay heavy games first time on stream and then the second time off stream, and play story heavy games first time off stream and second time on stream. What do you think?
Okay. So the idea is that if it's gameplay heavy, to play it on stream first, and if it's story heavy, to not ruin first impressions by having chat there while I'm going through that. Am I understanding it correctly? I think that's what's Nasjil's saying, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. I think that might be a good idea. The problem is that I don't think it's as fun to watch the stream when I've already played the game, even when it's a story, because if anything, I think it would be the opposite for streaming enjoyment. That it would be more enjoyable if I've already played the game, because I know what to do and I'm not going to get caught up on certain traps, and I'm not going to be terrible. Whereas I could be terrible for some parts of it. That said, and for the story, it would be better to play it the first time, because then we can all enjoy the story together, and we don't have to worry about spoilers. Whereas if I'm playing it the second time on stream, I already know what's going to happen, and I might spoil the story for people who are watching because I want to talk about it as I go through it. So now suddenly it's a spoiler only stream sort of thing. And so that would be the opposite for the streaming enjoyment. But you are right that it would probably be better to do that order for videos. And the conclusion that I'm sort of skirting around right now is that maybe I just shouldn't bother streaming something I'm going to make a video on. And if it turns out that I make a video on something that I wasn't expecting to, so Mario Odyssey, I wasn't expecting to make a video on Mario Odyssey. That we just roll with it, and it is what it is. I think that's what it has to be. Sorry, I took a drink there. I don't know if that's the best way of doing things, but streaming is pretty much here to stay at this point, and it's important to not be completely reliant on YouTube. So it's something that I'm still unsure about what to do and how it's going to work. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning back in my chair to think even more about it now. Have you ever had a problem in your life and you keep thinking about you keep thinking about an answer, but you just can't get to an answer. So maybe there is no real easy answer or any real proper answer. That's how I feel about this. That's how I that's how I feel about this. Yeah.
You can't get there.
Yeah. So maybe because the answer that I would usually go to is that I'll just put more time into it and I'll just play them off stream and it'll be fine. But that might not be doable. I will say that playing Hob and Odyssey again after streaming them, I was still able to do what I usually do. I was able to look at it. I was able to understand it. I didn't feel that I had lost anything from having streamed it, which was a relief. So I think that we're okay for now. I think we're okay. So, but maybe it's not going to be okay with all games in the future. I know that some people were upset that I streamed Automata. They said, you know, you're not taking it seriously. You're not paying attention. There are times where you weren't reading text on the screen. It happened with Hyperlight Drifter as well. There was a part early on in Hyperlight Drifter where I said, oh, I have limited ammo, how do I get ammo back? And there was a text, as I said that, there was text on the screen saying, explaining that you have to hit enemies in order to get the ammo back. And I missed that because as I said that out loud, I looked at chat and I didn't see the text pop up on the screen. And it's a small amount of text and it draws your eye when it's different when you see it appear, but if you don't see it, then you're not going to notice it when you look back. It was happening in Titanfall 2 as well. I would glance at chat and I wouldn't see the prompt show up for the conversations. So I know some people were annoyed with that, but that's where the second playthroughs come through, and I can get I can make up for that when I missed it. I don't think first impressions are that vital if I'm playing the game twice and I'm not reviewing it. But I don't know. So I think Automata is going to be the big one that proves that, and we'll see how the Automata video ends up being, and if I can if it still works out okay, then we continue doing it. But if it doesn't, if I find that there was so much that I missed on my second playthrough, and at the end of the second playthrough I think to myself, I really wish that I had another playthrough of this analyzing the story, then from then on I won't be playing story heavy games on stream. But if I get to the end and I think, okay, I did understand enough of this, I understood the whole thing, the video's fine, and I was able to pull back from that second playthrough, and I was able to get it to do my usual thing, then I think that we can continue doing it. Does that sound about right to you? But yeah, it's not about the how do I say this without sounding so fucking dismissive? If you've never streamed before, it is very difficult to sometimes to play the game, but it is also very difficult to make sure you're catching everything while also trying to talk and also read chat and respond to people, and also be a streamer at the same time. So there were little things that during the Automata run that I would notice, but I wouldn't fully understand because my attention was split. But there were also things that happened that I probably that people blamed on the fact that I was streaming that I probably still wouldn't have done even if I wasn't streaming. There was a part where a robot tells you to go into a video game that he made, and he says to you, please debug this game for me. Now, if I had been playing off stream, I would have done the exact same mistake that I did when I did that on stream, which was I would go into the game and I would play it, and then nothing happens at the end because I beat it, and I would say to myself, "Oh, that's weird. Why didn't that give me a quest complete? I guess there's something wrong with it." Because when he says debug it, I took that to mean just play it for me, and that's the end. Whereas you actually have to go into the game and find a bug. That he means it literally. He means debug this. So that's where that's an example of something that might get blamed on the stream when that's just me. Do you know what I mean? That's just me. So it's not always going to be that cut and dry. But I do understand the fear, and I do understand the concern, and yeah, and it's noted and it's something I'm considering. And that was really long. Which game has this debugging quest? Nier Automata has it. It's a robot gives it to you in the fairground. Is it a fairground or is it an amusement park? I guess it's the same thing, right? Anyway, what was next question? Nazajil, right? What was the next question?
You mentioned in the stream chat that you won't be streaming any Witcher games. Why? You also mentioned in your Lion Patreon and Witcher video that you want uninterrupted time with Witcher series. Does that mean you won't stream other games when you are working on the Witcher project?
I don't want to stream it for two reasons. The first is what we just spoke about just now in the answer to your first question. I don't want there to be, because I'm not sure if that's the issue. If it's going to be an issue. So I don't want there to be any chance of The Witcher having a problem, because The Witcher videos have been so hyped and have gone on for so long that I need to make sure that there's zero chance. Even though I think it's fine that this happens, there needs to be zero chance of it happening for The Witcher. So that's why. I don't, especially if The Witcher videos end up being for whatever reason a letdown. I don't want there to be this, hey, it's because you streamed them. You know what I mean? After all this time and all this building up for this project, it turned out not so great because you streamed it, you dumbass. You know, that sort of thing. So that's the first reason. The second reason is that it has been hyped up for so long and asked for so long and requested so often that I would like to not have any information about what I think about the series at all available until the video's out. You can go watch it. I think that would be more exciting, and I think that would be more interesting for me. And I would like to stay dark on all my opinions. I'm probably not even going to tweet out about The Witcher. Maybe as we get closer to the release of the videos, I'll do some tweets trying to hype things up a little bit. But that's how I feel, and I think that's a good way to feel, right? I think that's good.
Ozzy's here, so we have another mod.
Hey Ozzy, how's it going?
Do you have any criticism for yourself? What aspect do you think you can still improve on as a video game critic?
Yeah, I have a lot of criticism for myself. I have a I'm very self-critical. I feel that there's probably a ton of things that I could be doing better. Specifically, in the past, I got very annoyed when I realized that I had all those audio issues. When I look back and watch videos that are more than a few months old, more than a year old, I get very upset because the audio is bad on them and the pacing isn't all that great. The script doesn't flow all that well. I feel that I'm getting better still with each video, maybe not as much as it was before. So whenever I watch an old video of mine, I usually get very, oh, this is shit, I should delete this video. I won't. I know people don't want me to do that. I won't, but that's how I feel. It's like I should redo this video. It's the audio shit. I don't sound good. I sound like I have a whole sock stuffed up at each of my nostrils. It's like I sound so awful, etc., etc., etc. But I guess that's a good thing. I said that about writing too. Whenever I read my old books, I get annoyed for the same reason. I think, okay, I've gotten so much better, and that's way better than reading or watching your old stuff and going, oh wow, I'm still exactly the same. Like that's not cool. That would be an even bigger problem, I think, because you're stagnating and you want to be improving all the time. But for right now, I think that I could possibly work on my pacing a little bit better. I'm not sure if I need to do as much recapping as I do. I'm still playing with that a little bit. You'll notice that I did less recapping in Steven's Sausage Roll and in Hob. That is me experimenting with the format a little bit. I'm trying to see if I can still make a video and get away from that. It helped that they're more open sort of games, I think. I think that's maybe that's not the right way to say it, but yeah, it helped. I'm still not sure about that because I want the videos to be something that you can watch even if you haven't played the game, but also I want you to be able to watch the videos way in the future, automation, that's new, way in the future when maybe the game isn't even available anymore, or everyone's forgotten about it, or stuff like that. I don't think my videos can be timeless, but I would like them to be as close to as they possibly can, especially considering that they're so wrong. So wrong, so long. Wow, so long. So I think that it's worth looking into that. I think that sometimes I can get maybe too anal about giving examples to support what I'm saying. I focus on that too much. Did the Hob video really need all those examples of the bugs? Well, it did when I made it because they hadn't closed down yet, so I needed that punch of proof to be, this game wasn't finished, and here, look, I'm showing it to you. So in a way, yes, but there have been other times where I go on really long, drawn out evidence, and maybe it's a little too long. I don't know. I'm about to gear up for one of those again with Mario Odyssey, so maybe that'll be what we tested on, which is just this huge, massive thing of evidence. So I guess we'll find out. I don't know if that's going to be something that is going to have to change, because I also think that maybe a lot of people like that about the videos, and that is something that they look forward to, and it sets me apart. There's always going to be evidence, but maybe I go too hard on it, and that's a mistake, I think. For criticism that other people say about me that might have some merit, and I'm not sure, is that I get the same responses a lot, that I'm too negative and I come across as I hate games sometimes. And this is always hard to judge whether or not, first of all, if the person's being honest. There's a lot of bad discussion or about games of that nature, of trying to tear someone down for their opinions that you disagree with. Are they being honest? I don't know. This person was critical of Dark Souls. Fuck him. What the fuck is his problem? How dare he? That sort of thing. So I don't know if that's true or not, or if I do come across as too negative. I think probably sometimes in the past I did, but I try to be more positive, or at least mention a few more positive things to preempt that problem. But I don't know. That's probably something I could work on. Trying to be more balanced and more fair. And the other thing I still want to work on is that I want to make sure that I'm being respectful to developers, especially now that I finished that Blood, Sweat, and Pixels book. I want to make sure that there's something I said in the Prey video where I said I don't understand how this problem made it into the release of the game. And I said it kind of snidely too. Like I sounded a little pissed when I said it. And I think those kind of comments are unacceptable from now on. I don't think that's acceptable. I think Hob was more respectful, and I think that's important. I know some of you might be thinking, wow, that's nothing compared to what you said in your Dabla video, or what you said in your Hearthstone video, or that's nothing compared to what I've heard Jim Sterling say, or what I've seen people say on Reddit, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't care what other people are doing. I care about my own standards, what I think should happen. And to me, knowing what I know and what I'm constantly learning about game development, even saying something like that with that tone of voice is crossing the line into disrespect. And I don't think that is good for anybody, and I shouldn't do it. So that's something else that I want to work on. There's probably more that I can't think of right now. I'd like to be more creative with my visual cuts. I'd like to be better with music audio levels. I think that my videos still might not have the best audio to them, that sort of thing. But that's more technical things. And I'm hoping that when we move, I'll be able to produce content at a better rate as well, because I think that I do okay right now, but we're still a little slow. I don't know. I think maybe we're still a little slow.
Okay, want to go to chat?
I think that's the answer. Yep.
That's it for Nazajul.
Thank you for your questions, Nazajul, and thank you for your questions, John, before that. Can we take a couple of questions from chat?
What made you want to play Undertale, and what expectations or thoughts do you have going into it?
When a game gets that much critical acclaim, I almost have to play it. I don't have a plan. Oh, we're gonna run out of food. I don't have a plan to make a video on Undertale. That's not gonna happen. But I do have. I should play it just so I have it under my experience. You know, I played this game. I know what it's all about. I know what people were talking about when they talk about it. I can follow the conversation. It's important. As someone who speaks about games. It's pretty bad that I haven't played it already. If you're asking why am I playing it tomorrow, it's because people voted for it, and I didn't have time to play it until now. Until streaming opened up the fact that I can spend time playing games in a way that also contributes to the job instead of just being this kind of wasteland hours where it's good for my knowledge and good for research, but the way that our lives are set up right now, it's not efficient enough for me to justify the time on it. I know that might sound really shitty, but unfortunately, it's true. That's how it is right now. That's not how it's always going to be. In a year or two, I think things are going to be a lot different. But yeah, that's why. And I know someone asked, what do I know about Undertale right now? Next to nothing. I said this earlier on the Neo stream. I know what it looks like. I know that it's a weird game, and I know that there's something called a pacifist run, and that is it. I don't know. And there's a character that's a flower. That's it. I know nothing else about Undertale. Nothing has been spoiled for me. Nothing at all. So maybe I shouldn't look at chat now after I said that, because there might be a troll here.
Don't spoil it.
That's going to be like, oh, time to ruin it. But yeah, nothing has been spoiled for me, and chat will be down tomorrow when I'm playing it. You guys will still have chat, but I won't. Chat's going to be minimized. I'll probably have some sort of chat open on Discord so I can see if something's going wrong with the stream. Someone can let me know. But yeah, that's how.
I'm gonna try and keep an eye on it tomorrow as much as I can.
Okay.
And then if anything goes wrong or it goes down or anything, then I'll be able to tell you.
Yeah, I know next to nothing about Undertale. Let's take a couple more questions from chat.
And you're gonna play the whole thing in one shot, right? You're gonna try and get through it?
As long as that is something that is possible to do, yes. Yeah, as long as it's possible, yes. We're gonna play it through in one shot tomorrow. I think I can commit about 12 hours to it. So if 12 hours is enough, then we'll be doing it. But if there are technical difficulties, please stand by. Then maybe we won't be able to do it.
Juzu Susuya has subscribed. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Thank you. Juzu Susuya.
Juzu's Sasuya?
I think so.
I think that's probably right. Yep. Yeah, I think that's right. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to the Dragon's Den. Welcome to the Cringe Cave. What was the one I said earlier and chat went crazy? I said, welcome to the Rub-a-Dub Sub Club.
You're getting worse.
That one's great. Rub-a-Dub Sub Club, that one's great. I should say that one more often, but also I shouldn't.
They're saying Undertale is only around 5-ish hours, so that's definitely doable then if that's the case.
Cool.
Oh, it is not 5 hours.
It is not 5 hours. Okay, let's not talk about it.
It's okay.
Let's
Well,
not talk about Undertale anymore. Let's just okay. New question.
Is there an ETA on the physical release for the Wizard and the Dragon? Sorry, this has been answered earlier.
Yeah, it's not coming along very well. Sorry, we've been kind of shitty about working on it. A lot of different things have taken priority. The cover has been done for a while, and we haven't been working on it enough. Sorry. It's probably gonna be sometime in 2018 now, especially with Christmas. It's gonna slow it down. Probably they're gonna be too busy to put it all together. So yeah, sorry about that. We'll try though.
We really should be getting on that. It just it tends to take a backseat to the channel and the kids. And the only time we can really sit down to work on it is when the kids are asleep, and then one of us is usually tired. So then we say we'll do it tomorrow, and then we don't do it.
Like a time like right now. It'd be good to maybe sync it up with Automata. I think Automata is probably going to be in January now, not December, because the Odyssey is turning into a monster. That's what I think, which shouldn't be a surprise, but we'll see what happens. I really don't want to do a subpar job with Odyssey for multiple reasons. One, I don't want to make a subpar video, but again, what I spoke about earlier with streaming, it is important. The three reasons why I really want to knock it out of the park with Odyssey is, first of all, because I always want to try to do that. The second is that because I streamed it and people are going to be really critical if the video is subpar. They'll say, oh, it's because you streamed it, you shouldn't stream games that you're gonna make videos on. And the third one is that there's so much criticism about it and so much hype around it, and my opinion is already getting slammed into the ground because of it. So I think it's important that if Odyssey needs some extra time, then it gets it. But so far, I think I'm on track to get it done on time. But that might change, but we'll see. And that means the next video gets pushed back if the first one gets pushed back, and so on and so forth, and shit rolls down a hill, right? So that's how it is.
Well, the thing with the book is at least we're dealing with a finished product, so we have to read it through, but it's not like you're actually writing it now or anything, right? So
yeah. Well, there's probably going to be some bigger changes, but yeah, it's already been edited once pretty substantially already. But yeah, we'll go through it again. Yeah.
Ninja Puss has subscribed.
Thank you very much, Ninja Puss. Welcome to the Dragon's Den.
Clawfist.
Clawfist. Do the fancy version.
Which one?
Dragon's Den.
Oh. Welcome to the Dragon's Den. Clawfist.
There you go. Welcome to the Cringe Cave. Thank you very much, Ninja Puss.
Oh, this one's been a couple times and we keep missing it. Rumors or Boston's first album. I think they said Rumors was Fleetwood Mac. I'm not overly familiar with either of them. I know I like songs from both bands, but I don't think I'm familiar with the whole album to say. Are you?
I don't know who these people are. I have no idea.
You don't know Boston?
No.
You don't know Fleetwood Mac? You know them, you just don't know you know them. If you heard the songs, you would know them.
I have no idea what you kids are talking about right now.
Really big in the 70s.
I'm older than you now, remember?
That's true. You should know it then.
Oh.
You're closer to the 70s than I am.
Oh, damn. Just got burned. That hurt. That really hurt. Anyway. Let's go on to the next Patreon question.
This is Trash Tier Waifu Happy Laifu. When you started to think critically about games, did it pull back the curtain, so to speak? Did your enjoyment fall off after that?
Yes and no. Yeah, it did. It's hard to turn that off. It happened more with books than anything else, and that I'm happy that lately I took kind of a break from reading for a while, and I didn't read for a bit. Mostly because I was just too busy doing other things like channel work. But like there was a few months there, maybe even close to a year, where I wasn't really reading much at all. And now that I've started going back to it, and I've read a lot of books lately. I've been enjoying that a lot more, and I've been able to turn that off. But when it comes to games, I don't think I've been able to turn it off completely. Not very successfully anyway. So I will see things and I'll think about, okay, well, what was the intent behind this? How could it have been done better? If I want to be really arrogant, that's not my intent, but I like to think about not, oh, they should have done this better. It's more of a, well, how could it have been done better? Is there a way that this could have been done better? Assuming infinite budget, infinite development time. You know, it's completely unfair, and I've been saying that for a while now. What I do is completely unfair, but what could have been done with all of this? So that is impossible to turn off. I can't turn that part off. But what comes with that is that there's also a way that I enjoy things more. I enjoy what I just described. I enjoy thinking about those things. I enjoy picking things apart and really digging in to talking about it as well. You know, yeah, that's fun for me. So whatever enjoyment I am losing has been more than made up from what's been gained from that process that I go through with the games, I think. Yeah. So yeah, so be warned if anyone wants to try and do something like that there is going to be some sort of enjoyment that you excuse me, that you lose forever, I think. And that goes for music, it goes for video, it goes for movies. I guess videos is correct technically. Goes for books, anything.
Do you have any favorite authors or genres to read?
My favorite author is John Irving. My favorite book is Catch-22 by Joseph Heller. I am a fan of Stephen King, but I don't think that I would put him as my favorite or anything like that. I don't think I think that he does have some literary qualities that some people overlook, but he's not. I don't think that he can stand toe to toe with someone like John Irving. I'd be interested to know if Stephen King wrote 1/10 of what he does now, if he still could, or if he is. So John Irving is more
Dickens.
Yeah, but John Irving is more like a catapult that takes a long time to get ready, and you have to load it and get it into position, and it's really slow and clunky, and you load it, and then once it fires, it's kaboom. Whereas Stephen King is a fucking machine gun, and he's gonna shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot, and every now and then he's gonna bullseye his target, but he's gonna have all these ones here and there that aren't gonna be that great. That would be maybe a bomb versus a machine gun would have been better rather than the catapult. The catapult's too old, but then his style is old fashioned, so hey, it's more poetic that way. Hey, totally intentional. I just didn't think of that right now. So that's how those John Irving is definitely my favorite. I don't know if I have any other favorites. My favorite fantasy writer is Robin Hobb, and by favorite fantasy writer, I mean the only fantasy writer that I can stand. So, I don't know if that should count as a favorite, because I write fantasy, but I don't really like fantasy. I would like to say Chuck Palahniuk, but I haven't read enough of his work to fully commit to something like that without being a poser. But what I have read has been very, very good. I think I can say I've read a few more Kurt Vonnegut books now rather than just Slaughterhouse-Five. So I think I can say with some certainty now that he's one of my favorites. I really like Kurt Vonnegut. Very, 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 very good. Sirens of Titan is one of my favorite books now. I really, really enjoyed that. I'm not really a big fan of Neil Gaiman. I just read American Gods.
I finished it. Finally.
Is it Gillian or Gillian Flynn?
It's Gillian.
Gillian? I can't say that Gillian Flynn is my favorite because I only read one of her books, but Gone Girl was fantastic. So if everything else that she writes is fantastic too, then great. And I think that's it. I don't stray very far from the beaten path when it comes to books. I have read a lot of unknown fiction, but it has been amateur work. And I don't mean amateur in terms of quality, I mean amateur as in I read hundreds of these stories, and as I was reading it, the person who was written it was like right there. You know, that's what I mean. But when it maybe that's what's put me off from delving too much into new writers, because I wait for them to get more established, which may be a bit shitty of me. I think I'm gonna sneeze. Damn, I called it. But yeah, that's how I feel, unfortunately. I should probably try and do that. I'd like to read more of oh fuck, I can't remember his name. Oh no, I can't remember his name. Cormac McCarthy. There we go. I remembered it. Did I say it right? I was thinking Cormac, but it's not.
Cormac.
It's Cormac McCarthy. I was thinking Cormac. I'd like to read more of his stuff. I've only read The Road, but what I did read of his was very, very good. So yeah, that's my answer. That made my girlfriend jump. Loud sneeze warning, please. I gave a warning. It wasn't loud enough.
Well, you didn't know it was going to be loud before it happened, right?
So should my sneeze warning be as loud as the sneeze?
Shout it next time. Okay, we're done Patreon for the moment.
Okay, so let's take one or two questions from chat if you have any questions.
What is the game with the best writing in your opinion, and why?
Oh, fuck. Oh fuck. The best writing is probably New Vegas. It's probably New Vegas. I would like to be able to say Planescape Torment or Baldur's Gate 2, but I don't remember them enough to say with any certainty that they have the best writing. Anything by Chris Avellone is just usually fantastic in terms of writing. A lot of Obsidian stuff. I assume that he's been involved in a lot of those projects. Knights of the Old Republic 2 has some pretty great writing. From what I remember, again, it's been a long time, so I can't really say that with any certainty. New Vegas isn't even finished, and it still has some great writing. Soma has a wonderful story, but I don't think that's really the writing. It's more the situations, and I don't think that the writing dictated those situations, so I don't know if that's fair or not. The Last of Us has some pretty good dialogue in it for what that is. Uncharted 4 also has some pretty good dialogue in it. I don't know how much of that is based on the writers or how much of that is based on letting the voice actors just go. I don't know. I would be interested to know about that if there's a process where they just they have a guideline and they just let the voice actors improvise the most natural way that they can say those lines. They have a guide instead. So yeah, I think that is I think that's my answer to that one for now.
How do you feel about Stephen King's It, His Catapult Bomb? Have you read it?
I haven't read it.
I haven't read it either.
I haven't read it, so I can't tell you. Sorry. There was a comment on 4chan I saw the other day where, because there are daily hate threads on me on 4chan now because I criticize Mario Odyssey, which is really flattering. Some of them were really funny. Someone said Joseph Anderson's a fucking idiot. He thinks that Stephen King's It is better than Of Mice and Men, and I read that comment and I was like, I've never said that on stream. What are you guys talking about? And I turned to Lily and I said, I haven't even read those books. Who the fuck is saying who the fuck is making up something that specific? It's so weird. But yeah, I don't know. It's funny. Don't take these seriously. It's funny to me. I don't. It's really flattering.
Yeah, if you read anything about Joe on 4chan, I would take it with a really big grain of salt. Have you read any of the lesser-known classics such as Virginian or Lost Horizon?
No, I haven't. Sorry.
Yeah, a really big grain of salt.
Really big grain.
A whole little mound of them.
Do you know I'm not even a real dragon?
No.
I know, right? Any more questions from chat? Someone got banned? Ooh. Ooh, what happened?
Links, I think.
Links. Have you taken a look at Jackbox Party Pack yet? I think it would work well for bonus streams. I haven't yet, sorry. I should. I keep meaning to. That's one of a lot of things I keep meaning to look at, and I haven't. I'm sorry. It could be fun. I don't think we could do it for something like this, but yeah, it could be interesting. I have no idea what I'm doing in the game right now. I am just randomly doing stuff and just responding to what the game tells me. I have played this game a lot. I'm usually a lot better than this. I have a general idea of what to do, or at least I did before they updated it. But as of right now, I am barely playing this game. So it's just more about the questions. So please do not think that this is an indicator of how this game works or anything to do with it. You might really like this game. It is not as boring as I am making it out to be by just digging out holes and shit. So, yeah, this game is actually fantastic. So please do not judge it from what I am doing right now. I highly recommend this game.
It was a bot spamming virus disguised as porn.
Ooh, what porn though? What porn though? Was it good?
Okay, let's go back to.
Oh, 1 second. Henry Minsu. Did I say right? Henry Minsu.
Henry Minsu.
Just subscribed. Thank you very much, Henry Minsu. Welcome to the Dragon's Den. Well,
Clawfist.
Clawfist, welcome to the Cringe Cave. Thank you very much.
So this is the one I can't pronounce. Bjarne?
Bjarne?
Maybe.
Bjarne. Okay.
I apologize again if I said it wrong. I have 2 questions about your reviews.
Ooh.
And they're lengthy.
Double trouble.
Oftentimes, you spend a comparatively low amount of time on positive things about a game and discuss negative aspects in great detail. Why do you do it this way? Do you think criticism of bad parts of games is more useful than talking about the things they do well? Personally, I think that someone like Mark Brown, who spends a lot of time talking about and explaining good game design, can be just as useful to people who play and make video games. It makes you come off as more negative than you are, and while I understand that your videos would get unbearably long if you also analyzed the positives as deeply as the negatives, there are obviously some aspects that are more relevant than others. This is not criticism of your way of doing things. I'm just wondering why you make the reviews like you do, and if you would consider changing it up a bit. I think both approaches are fine. It's not like Mark Brown is very balanced in that regard either, but I'm still interested in your thoughts nonetheless.
Did he just criticize?
Hold on.
Did he just criticize Mark Brown a little bit?
Bianya? Did I say it wrong?
Bianya? Are we allowed to criticize Mark Brown? I didn't know if that was allowed or not.
When will Joe fight Mark Brown?
We kind of just discussed that a little bit ago, didn't we?
Mm-hmm. It's a similar question.
That's
I don't know if you have anything to add to it though.
That's good. That's good that it's come back up a bit. Yeah, you're right. That I just said it earlier as well. Like that's what I said. That I should try to be more balanced and more positive. However, it's most of what I do are still critiques. They're not reviews, and critiques tend to be more about. It's right, kind of right there in the name, critical. So. But critical doesn't always mean bad. So I don't know. I definitely do agree that I could do a better job being positive. It is harder to be positive, I think, or it is harder to be positive often. And I don't mean often in over a lot of videos. I mean often in one video. You'll notice that Mark Brown's videos usually tend to be about just one thing instead of many things in one video. So that I would say that's probably why. Mark Brown's videos are good, by the way. I'm just making jokes about Mark Brown. I've spoken to him I think a few times, and yeah, I'm positive on Mark Brown. I think it's easier to be negative, and I am drawn more to be negative. Because that's where I started out with the channel, was trying to be negative on Dark Souls 1, and then it just kind of went from there. So that's sort of what I've typecast myself into, and have become that sort of thing. And again, critiques tend to be critical, tend to be more about improving something rather than celebrating what they've done. I think that I hit a decent balance of it recently with Prey and with Hollow Knight. And that would be the standard that I want to hit going forward. I think that I also hit a decent balance with it with Breath of the Wild, even though I was more on the negative side, that I still managed to explain what I did like about it. So I think that is overall a success there. I don't know, maybe people would disagree, but yeah, I think that's already something that I'm getting better at. If the video is getting longer, it doesn't really bother me, as long as I don't care how long the videos are much anymore, as long as the information that is being presented quickly enough and is not wasting anybody's time. When people say, "Oh, the videos are too long, who has time to watch 2 hours?" It's like, well, are the 2 hours spent well discussing things, or is there too much repetition or anything like that? Well, okay, well, I don't think so, so I think it's fine. That should be the standard, not what the actual length is of the videos. You can always say that. Oh, how can you say something 2 hours? You could probably say that in half an hour, and you make a half-hour video, and so we'll say half an hour. You could probably say that in 15 minutes. You make a 15 video, say, oh well, if you could say it in 50 minutes, I bet you could cut it down to 5 minutes, and just keeps going until we're all talking in 5-word sentences to each other. I like Breath of the Wild. 6 words, fuck. So yeah, I think that that's something that I could probably still continue to get better at, but identifying how something is good also requires things to be good. You know what I mean? And the way that I play, I don't go out looking for topics on previous games that I've really enjoyed. I just play the latest games, or I play a game that I'm going for, and that usually also tends for me to go on the more negative side, because the games that I play tend to be quite flawed, and I don't want to I don't want to be dishonest to how I felt and if I was disappointed. So even a game that I enjoy a lot is always going to be a little disappointing in some ways. I was surprised by how much I enjoyed Assassin's Creed Origins recently, but if I was to make a video on that game, it would probably be overwhelmingly negative. But in terms of how I structure my videos, even though at the end I would probably say, yeah, I liked it, you know, after trashing on it for 2 hours. So I think that's why. But I think when I do say something that is good, I'm getting better and more successful at it. Like, again, going back to Hollow Knight and Steven Sausage Roll as well. I thought my Steven Sausage Roll video was pretty good. I think that my Hob video might be one of my weaker videos, but I think that my Steven Sausage Roll video was pretty good, and that was almost all positive. The whole video was almost all positive. So I think that I'm getting better at that already. And that's all I can say about it right now. Sorry, I'm a bit rambly. This isn't because of the game or because of the format. If I was to write this out, I would also be very rambly and unstructured, because it's something that I think about a bit, and I'm not there yet. If I knew the answers, then I would already have changed the videos, if that makes sense, right? So that's where the lack of structure is coming from right now with my answer. So sorry if that's unacceptable, but that's the best one that I have right now.
In your last Q&A stream, you briefly talked about objectivity versus subjectivity in game reviews. You came to the conclusion that it might not be a thing at all, because we can only perceive the world as humans. While that is an interesting philosophical idea, I think it misses the point when it comes to the question in regards to game reviews. There needs to be at least some objectivity for your thoughts to hold any value, besides being your personal opinion that might interest some people. Otherwise, why even criticize something to begin with if there is nothing more to it than a personal preference? So I think a more sensible distinction than objective-subjective would be personal opinion preference versus somewhat objective criticism, praise that is built on logical arguments and facts. How do you make sure that when you notice something about a game that you dislike, it is not just something you dislike because of your preferences, but something actually worthy of criticism?
Okay, so to respond to the first part of the question, where we speak about maybe your perception is limited just because you're human, that was less about game reviews and game discussions, and more about where the conversation always goes when people discuss objectivity versus subjectivity, which happens a lot in Discord, especially, or at least it used to. I remember it happening with a few people, and the conversation would always end up with people arguing over definitions, and it would always become semantic argument, and then people would say, oh, you keep dismissing it because of the semantic argument, and then you would say, okay, well, define objectivity, and then it would become this whole big conversation of what objectivity even means, and oh, well, I mean objectivity that's only a little objective, and it's like, well, how can you be a little objective? That's, you know, that's like saying that this piece of water is a little wet, but the rest of the water is more wet. You know, it's objectivity means a truth that you can say this is 100%, this is what it is, and we are judging it like that. So as much as I know that language is flexible and that people say things and they'll say a little objective, and that does actually have a different meaning than fully objective. It does, if it just that our words are failing and there needs to be a better term for it. And I understand what you're saying. This is the problem with these discussions, that even what I'm saying right now isn't semantic argument. Right now, this is semantics, and that's where it always goes to. I think the core of what you're saying is that you want there to be some way to objectively review or examine or catalog games and movies and TV shows and film art. You want there to be a way to do that with art. And unfortunately, unless we find a new term and something that's cleaner than a little objective, there is no way to do it, because you can point to anything at all, and you can get someone that will say it is a glitch in this game is objectively bad, and there will be someone who comes in, puts their finger on their nose and pushes their glasses right up into their eyes and goes, well, excuse me, I really like that glitch. And who are you to say that my opinion is objectively wrong? And I just proved that you're wrong, because if I like it, then it can't be objectively bad or objectively good. And they'll say something like that. And there you go. It's done. Objectivity, it just takes one person to come in and point to it and say no. And people know that, and people will they'll see that and see power in being able to say that, and they'll just come in and say that just because they can ruin the objectivity, right? It'll be like a lure to them that people are saying that this glitch is objectively bad. Well, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna be the special snowflake that says, you know what, I like that glitch. Oh, Fallout 4 keeps crashing to desktop and ruining my save file. Well, that just means that I just get to play that game for even longer, man. And I love Fallout 4, so that's a positive for me. Or you can say something like, well, it's objectively a positive that this game has accessibility in it. It has really great subtitles. It has a colorblind mode. It has all this other stuff. And you'll get someone that comes in and says, well, that's development time that didn't benefit me. And no matter how little that took the developer to make, that's still something that I would have preferred that they did something else with it. So that's not an objectively good thing for me. I know this is crazy nitpicky, but someone will say that, and someone will go that argument, and we'll go that way. But to finally answer the other part of your question, is there room for low objectivity? I agree with you, and I do think that there should be a push toward it. And I try very hard to do that in some of my videos, where I will try and pick things apart and deconstruct them and then put them back together in a way that is going closer to objectivity. But I never go all the way and say that, because you can't, because then it opens that can of worms, and that guy's going to come in and push his glasses up into his eyes, and everyone's going to hate him, and everyone's going to be mad. I think the better way of doing it would be to be very clear that you are addressing your own bias, addressing when you subjectively like or dislike something, and also try to be very open to other people's perspectives and other people's opinions, and factor them in, address them, and say, I don't like this, but you might. I like this, but you might not. And somewhere along there, drift towards truth by combining all of the different perspectives that there are about something. I think that is the best way to go about getting somewhere to a little objective. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Let me read the question again.
Really?
Because I think maybe I missed something about it.
Hold on, I scrolled down.
Because there's the last part as well. How do you make sure that when you notice something about a game that you dislike, it's not just something you dislike because of your preferences, but something actually worthy of criticism? Well, to answer part of that question, or answer in some way, it would be that all criticism is always going to be colored by preferences, and there is just no way around that. There's just no way around that at all, because again, it comes back to art style. I don't like the art style. Someone's gonna like it. Someone's gonna love it. Someone's gonna hate it. Someone's gonna hate it more than I do. I doubt I'm ever gonna be the one person on the planet that hates something more than anybody else. Although I aspire to be that person one day. That you're. It's always going to be a process like that you can't get away from. And I think that the best that you can do is to acknowledge it and not let it overtake you, I think, and you have to be open to other opinions. This might not be a good answer because I don't think there is a good answer, and I think that if you have a good answer for this and how to solve this problem, that you should write a book. I'm being serious. You should write a book and see what happens with the conclusions that you come to, and see if you change the way that people view criticism and view objectivity and subjectivity, and maybe you can find a new terminology or a better terminology and a different term for a little objective, or maybe there is one already and I just don't know it. But that's it. Was that his last question?
Yeah, that was it for him.
Or her last question? Okay, so let's take a couple questions from chat. Was I talking really fast there? I saw someone say we need a
I'm used to it, but yeah.
words per minute meter or something.
What does the word designer mean to you? Someone who designs things?
Designer is probably the same as developer to me, but that's a mistake. It shouldn't be, because a developer might not be involved in the design. So, at least the way I understand it, especially after reading that book that I keep bringing up because it's just fresh in my head. I would say a designer is someone in games that doesn't necessarily do the coding and doesn't necessarily do any of the art or any of the writing. They can, but they don't necessarily do it, and they're in charge of the more broader look, the more broader ways that the game is going to be put together rather than is actually put together. I would say that's what that means. Joe Rowe punctuation. Oh, okay. Was I going fast? Did we say thank you to Henry Not Thing H? Thingy?
I don't think so. I didn't see that.
Henry Not... Oh, Henry Nothing H?
Yeah,
is that it?
That looks better.
Henry No Thing? Henry Not Hing, maybe? I don't know. I'm sorry that
There's a few different ways
we
say that.
not be saying your name right, but thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to the Dragon's Den.
Sorry for the delay. That was 16 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
Is that how long I was talking?
That is probably how long.
Oh, it came in right after Henry Minsu subbed, like right after.
Yeah,
so
okay.
that's how long I was talking.
Sorry for the delay.
I butcher everyone's name. Henry Nothing H. Okay, there we go. All right. Not Henry No Thingy or Henry Not Hing is Henry Nothing H. Okay, there we go.
Welcome to the Dragon's Den, Clawfist.
Welcome to the poor pronunciation port. Thank you. Call him Dave. Thank you, Dave. Thank you very much. Sorry for ruining your name.
Are there any other lesser-known analysis channels you'd recommend? What are your thoughts on some of the other popular ones? Errant Signal, Noah Gervais, Matthew Matosis.
There's no smaller ones that I'm comfortable saying right now. I'd have to when I give a recommendation out like that, it can come with a bit of backlash for the person that I'm recommending. So there's no one new that I would like to say tonight that I haven't mentioned on stream before or mentioned in videos. So or I've retweeted. So there's Nova Canoe, Thin Reaper, Soul Porpoise, Turbo Button, Heavy Eyed, White Light, Chris Davis, people like that. I'm also running the risk of forgetting someone that I'm already panicking internally. I'm already panicking right now because I'm thinking I've forgotten someone, and if they watch this VOD or if they're here, they might be annoyed that I forgot about them. So I'm sorry if I did. But yeah, that's all I can say right now for new ones. Or for lesser known ones. As for the ones that you mentioned, I don't want to speak too much about them. Obviously, I respect the hell out of a lot of those channels. Matthew Matosis was a massive source of inspiration for me. Clearly. Mr. B-Tongue was a massive source of inspiration for me, more than anybody else. Bunny Hop as well. I've been told that Bunny Hop's fans don't like me very much, which I find a little strange, but I guess that's okay.
You forgot Shammy.
Shammy. Well, Shammy's not really an analysis channel. So Shammy is an entertainer, right? So, and he'll say that too. Shammy has a good eye for analysis. If he wanted to be that, he could, and sometimes he does do that in some of his videos. But that's not what I think of when I think of analysis. I think Shammy is very clever and very funny. So that's why I didn't immediately come to Shammy.
Some people saying they're fans of both you and Bunny Hop, so it's not all the fans.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know why, but I've had that. I haven't seen it myself. I've just been told that there's some tension there. There's some tension. I don't know why, but yeah. Who else was there? Was there someone else that was said in that list?
Just Noah.
Just Noah. I don't really want to talk about Noah. I'm sorry. I always say this and then I always talk about him anyway. Noah annoys me. Noah annoys me. Am I saying that right? It sounds weird saying annoy after Noah. Noah annoys me. Yeah. Noah annoys me because he doesn't give a fucking shit about his audio quality in his videos, and he doesn't care about putting examples on the screen of what he's talking about. And the audio quality makes it so I cringe when I watch his videos. And I'm not cringing because it's bad. I'm cringing because I'm embarrassed for him that he can't do this. Because I don't think it's intentional. A lot of people say that it's intentional, but in fact I'm pretty much certain it's not, considering a comment I read that he said one time. But I can't get past it. So I can't even tell you if what he's saying is great, because it probably is. Because a few times that I've been able to get through that long time ago, I was impressed by what he said. But I can't get through it. I just can't get through it because his audio is so bad and he leaves ruined takes in that, you know, I do better on stream than he does in his videos sometimes.
At the beginning your audio wasn't great. But
yeah.
You learned from that.
So that I think maybe that's where it comes from, that I put a lot of time in getting the audio better, and I just can't tolerate it. And the talking over random clips of footage is lazy to me. And so and that's part of it is I look at what Noah produces, and I say to myself, why is he making videos? Why doesn't he just write articles? Because then he doesn't have to record it, and he doesn't have to worry about the footage not matching or anything. But the footage not matching is okay, I guess, because you could say it's just a podcast format with some visual aid. That's acceptable, but it's not. It's still not great, you know. It's still not using the medium in a good way, unfortunately. And I probably shouldn't be saying this. I shouldn't be running my mouth about other content creators, but I've said it enough in the past that I guess I should just come out and say it properly. But yeah, that's how I feel about Noah, and more than anything, I wish that he would fix those problems and find a way to fix them so I could enjoy his content. That's where it's coming from. That's how I feel about Noah. Errant Signal, I don't watch a lot of his videos anymore. He doesn't make a lot of videos anymore either. But he was one of the first channels that I ever watched that do what we do, and I really enjoyed what he did, and I am grateful that he started as early as he did, because it got me thinking about what I could do, and I'm very, very grateful for that. But I find that Errant Signal doesn't do all that well with newer big games, and where he shines is with indie games. In indie games are where he really shines, and his videos can be very, 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 very good when they're about some obscure kind of indie game, and he's just talking about it, and he's really excited about it, and he's really into it. That's where I think Errant Signal is at his best. But he doesn't really make that many videos anymore, or he has patron only videos, doesn't he? And not everyone gets to see them, right? I don't know why I'm looking at you.
Looking at me, I don't know.
Because I have no idea. Yeah. Because you don't know. But yeah. And that's it.
I watch them all the time.
That was way too long of an answer, so I'm sorry to get on that. But obviously, I think about this sort of things enough, and I'm sorry that I may have badmouthed Noah, who you might like a lot.
Well, the thing with Noah is that you would like his content probably if he would just edit his audio.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even about the mic. It's just if you would just clean it up a little bit, right? That's what
Mm-hmm.
it comes down to. It's
Yeah.
not what he's saying. It's not that he's wrong. It's not that you disagree. It's just that it drives you nuts that he doesn't edit the audio.
No, I think I was polite enough with what I said. I just want to apologize that that might
I'm just summarizing.
that might be that
went on.
someone in chat right now really likes and really enjoys his content, and I just kind of just went off on him about it. So I do apologize for that. That's not cool of me, but someone asked and I answered, and that's me being honest. But anyway, that's it. At least Noah puts a good sneeze warning in his videos in comparison to your streams. Oh shit, that is such a big burn. Oh fuck. I don't even know how to respond to that. Oh fuck, that is a really good burn. Oh shit. Anyway, let's take a Patreon question. Oh shit, that is such a good burn.
Jack L. He asks, with regard to YouTube game analysis and critique content, do you think there are topics that aren't being covered that you look forward to seeing? What is it that you seek out in others' critiques? So this is kind of in the same vein, I guess.
So let me see it. So what are
you looking for in others, and
What-
what isn't being covered?
Okay,
that you
so
wanna see?
yeah, so what topics aren't being covered enough, and what am I looking forward to being covered?
Yeah.
So kind of the same sort of thing. I think that there is not enough gameplay discussion going on, and that there are a lot of channels that are more on story experience immersion discussions, which is something that I get criticized a lot for not doing in my videos. But the reason why I don't do it is not because I don't know how, it's because I feel like enough people do that already, and I don't want to add to that. I don't want to be yet another channel that just focuses on that sort of thing. I want to talk about story, but I also want to talk about gameplay. When I started the channel, I had a lot of trouble talking about gameplay, and I had to think really hard about it, and I find it very challenging, and I enjoy it a lot. So that's one of the reasons why I push myself to talk about gameplay so much, and I think it's important. I think it's the most important thing about the medium is the gameplay. Whether that gameplay is about challenging the player, or whether it's about reinforcing some sort of story moment. Even though I just said enough about story, but it still is something that I'm very interested in. Of course, I'm interested in storytelling in games. I feel like too many channels do that sort of thing. For some specific topics that I think could be done more, in terms of not gameplay, I think that there is a distinct lack of maturity in a lot of discussions, and stuff like not politics, because I think there's enough politics. I think there's maybe even too much politics, but more stuff about people, and more about what it is to be a person, and more social issues and mental health even, and more discussions about other things that we can explore that are mature themes in in video games, that aren't just violence in video games. But the games have to also be there, and that's where the answer gets a little difficult, because I don't think that there's a lack of a lot of this sort of stuff because people don't want to talk about it. I think there's a lack because there's not a lot of games being made that are worth a lot of big discussion along this way. So to go back to being general for a minute instead of really specific with examples, I would like more channels that are trying to support their arguments with evidence, and are more about, we're talking about this, and it doesn't have to be a whole game, but we're talking about this, and I've done my research, and I've played all these games, and here we're going to talk about them, and here is footage on the screen of what I'm talking about, and I'm showing you it, and we're going to delve into it, and we're really going to pull this apart, and I'm not just going to say something and hope you take my word for it. No, I'm going to say something, and I'm going to really try and prove it to you. I'm going to strengthen my arguments, I'm going to support my arguments, and I'm not just going to be a person who is standing in front of a camera, talking in front of a camera for 10 minutes. I'm actually going to be showing you stuff that I'm talking about. That's what I would like to see more of, and I'm looking forward to more people doing that. It is very hard. It is time consuming to put all that together, absolutely. But that's that's why it's work, right? It's tough to do all that. It's tough for a reason. More people would do it if it was easy, I think, or maybe not. I don't know, but I think more people would do it if it was easy. That's all I can give to you in answer to that. I'm sorry. I kind of just spoke a little bit about that before this answer, a little bit about some other YouTubers. Sorry that you're getting such a short answer, but there's nothing else I can say. I should say this. I would be interested in videos and analysis from people with different backgrounds. The one that comes to mind, that because I said it on stream recently, is that I would like to see someone who has a channel like mine who is a woman. I'd like to see what a female perspective would bring to this sort of thing. And there are a couple of channels that are quite small. And again, like I said, I don't want to shout out anyone because that comes with a lot of baggage and may not always go down well. But I would like to see that happen. My perspective on that, in case anyone is or you're wondering about it, Jack L, or anyone in chat, I am not saying that as someone that is like, yeah, diversity, go fucking diversity. That diversity is important for many reasons, I think. But I'm not saying that as an empty sort of, yeah, I'm trying to fit in, I'm a liberal or anything like that. I'm saying that as someone who values different perspectives, and I want as many perspectives as I can get. And I'm not necessarily saying that different people from different backgrounds are going to have unique perspectives, but I would like to find out. I would like to see what that's like. And even if the answer is no, then there's nothing is lost, because we still have someone else making content. It would just be another quote unquote normal channel. So I would I would like to have that. Yeah. And I think that's all I can say. Sorry, that's a bit of a shorter answer.
That's all he asked.
That's all he asked? Okay. So let's take a couple chats. A couple chats from questions. No, let's take a couple questions from chat. I'm having a stroke. This is the end. This is the end. Tell the boys I love them.
Okay, we've missed this one a few times, so let's get to this one. What are your thoughts on using guides while playing a game for the first time? I don't like spoiling content, but I also don't enjoy playing most games, so I rely on guides to get the most out of one playthrough. Am I cheating myself out of a pure experience? Would love to know what you think.
Are you? Yeah, you are. You are. Is that necessarily a bad thing? No, not really. You shouldn't feel in any way guilty or anything about experiencing the game in the way that you decided to experience. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You are gonna lose out on some things, but you may also gain some things from that too, because you may find things that you otherwise would have missed. So yeah, I don't think you should feel bad. I don't know if you said that you should feel bad. No, you didn't say that. So maybe you should feel bad. Maybe I should say, no, I'm kidding. If it's a time issue and there's nothing else you can do, then just keep doing it. You do you, man. Like if that's how you enjoy the games and you get the most out of them, then do it. But if it's not a time issue, or if your time frees up in the future, I would suggest trying to go in and try not to use the guide and try to be a bit more, let's go in and get lost. I can't imagine playing something like Hollow Knight or Dark Souls without a guide. With a guide. It would be very, very, very lackluster compared to the experience going in blind and not knowing what to expect, and just simply knowing how many levels there are would ruin some of the things that happen in Hollow Knight. And some of the surprises that would happen in Hollow Knight, how many bosses there are, stuff like that, how close you are to the end. But you seem to have found your system, so I wouldn't criticize you at all for your system.
Have you read any Terry Goodkind?
No, I haven't. Sorry.
Have you looked into virtual YouTuber Kazuna I or A, the best and most pure real life waifu out there?
Is that the cell shaded anime girl that plays games and there's a voice that goes over it, and they record it and they pretend that it's a cartoon when really it's just a girl performing a script? Is that what I'm thinking of? I think I've watched some PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds that she did. I didn't really
Pretty
find
much.
it. I didn't really find it that interesting. Sorry. I thought it was an interesting way of doing it. It's an anime version of Arlo, but with a let's play instead of reviews and discussion. But yeah, not really my thing. Sorry.
You have a Steam group going?
No, I don't. No Steam group. No, I don't think we need one. Do we need a Steam group? I don't think we need a Steam group. Is it possible to make game critique without spoiling major contents, or do you have to spoil every content? Yeah, I have to spoil everything. I don't think there's a way to make a proper critique without spoiling most of the stuff that's in there. You don't have to spoil everything, but yeah, you have to spoil a big chunk of it because you need evidence, and without evidence, you're not going to be able to support your arguments, and without supporting arguments, you don't really have a critique. You're just vaguely talking about games. Yeah, and the evidence is going to spoil things. Not spoil everything. There are ways to go to go around it, but yeah, you have to.
Okay, we should go back to Patreon.
Okay.
We're going to be here all night. Aiden O. Aiden O says, you've probably answered this question before, but what made you move from the UK to Canada?
Oh, I can't give you a very good answer to that, Aiden O. I'm sorry. Did he ask another question after that?
Yeah,
okay, good.
It's related.
Okay. I had no say. It was my parents decided to, so I was along for the ride. I was too young to say no. The second time, I probably could have made a big enough stink that I could have stayed behind in some way with other family or even a friend or just I don't know. High school ends earlier in the UK, or at least it did back when I was in there. I don't know if it still ends back then. So GCSEs end at 16, and then you go on to A levels, which is sort of college, but also sort of not. You can go somewhere else for your A levels. You don't have to stay in high school, but you can also stay in high school. I think that might have been a newer change when I was there. I can't remember. So I could have gotten a job and I could have moved out and become independent, but not really at the same time because of how my family life was at that moment. I don't want to talk about my parents anymore tonight, so I don't want to speak about that very much. Sorry, but yeah, they're not really an option back then. So that was that's it. My parents decided to, so that was it. That was all that there was. So I had to come along for the ride, especially the first time I was 5. So definitely not moving out and breaking up on my own. Get one of those sticks with the bag, all your possessions in, which would be a teddy bear, some cookies. Here I go, 5-year-old Joe on the road. But yeah.
Well, then you met me, and that was it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So sorry that I can't give you a long answer to that one, Aiden.
Oh, this is the fun one. You keep saying that you're from the UK, but I'm not buying it.
Ooh.
Can you do your best impression of a British accent?
Oh no.
Say something British like, "What you looking at, bruv? You taking the piss? I'll smash a fucking teeth in, mate." Or, "At bird, there's got a right set of tits on her." You can tell I'm not British.
What you looking at, bruv? You taking the piss? I'll smash your fucking teeth in, mate. Or, oh
Whoa.
no. Did the kid touch the...
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
I hope they don't wake up.
Sorry about that. The kid likes to come in, the older boy likes to come in here and mess with our alarm clock, and he must have reset it for something else.
It's midnight, so it went off.
I'm sorry. I'm British, but I'm not English, and that is English what he
They
wants.
used to call me Bird. Remember, I was really
Yeah,
freaked out
they
at
did. They
first. I
said
didn't know
Bird.
what that meant.
At bird, there's got a right set of tits on her. Yeah, that's the best that I can do. But I'm Welsh, so we speak a little bit more like this, right? Yeah. What's going on? What's going on with you then? Yeah.
And your Scottish accent probably best.
You go turn the clock off, will you? Yeah. How's it going?
All right then.
All right then. See you later. I'm from Cardiff. Yeah. It's good. Going down the shops. You want anything? That sort of thing. Total Biscuit loves me. What?
Dogs are all freaked out now. They don't want to.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're Welshie.
Yeah, I'm a Welshie. Yep. I'm from Wales. I can't watch it anymore. You need to hear more.
There's lots of little things. When he reads sometimes, if he's really into reading something, sometimes he'll slip into it a little bit. And sometimes he'll say words that we don't really use here. Like, we'll be walking down the street and he'll mention that car has a big boot. And I'll be like, what the hell's a boot? And it's the trunk. You know, we don't say things like that here. Remember, his mother told him once to grab the brolly and don't forget your jumper. You know, like things, words that we don't.
Or when it's slippery out, it's slippy out. It's a bit slippy out.
Yeah, it's a bit slippy.
It's a wee bit slippy out there, love.
A lot of the British slang that I've caught that is very cutesy. You know, like wellies and stuff. We don't really say that stuff here.
Fucking British accent, goddammit. I know, right, Hamish? I know. This is so diverse. So diverse. There's so much different ones. I can't do a Scottish accent. I'm sorry. I can't do a Scottish accent. I think when I get.
When you're with your uncles, you're better with it.
Do I? I think
you
when,
all get into it, and I can't fucking understand anything.
I think when I get angry, I get Scottish. So I think if you guys ever hear me angry,
they're gonna try and make you angry.
yeah, maybe they are. Have you seen the viral video of the Scottish guy that got stuck on a roof, and he can't get down? You know. What do you mean? Where's the weight gonna go? Where's it gonna go? I can't put my weight there. Can't put my weight there. How am I supposed to get the fuck out of the roof? You know, like that sort of thing. That was a pretty bad Scottish accent. But if you've ever seen that video, that's how I get when I get mad, and that's how I talk when I get mad. I like that fast, that ranting, like that sort of thing.
Kind of half finished.
Yeah, but it's weird that I have to be really fucking furious to get that fast, or I have to be only kind of joking half mad to get that fast. But there's this no man's land in the middle between those two forms of Joe angry that I'm quiet and
Scottish are angry confirmed.
Yeah, all Scottish angry confirmed pretty much. Yeah.
No, when they would all get together though, when you would have when the uncles would get together and your mom would get together. And they would start talking faster, and the accent would get thicker, and you would kind of slip into it a little bit more too.
But then when you would sell them something that they disagree with, or they don't really that they don't really know, suddenly it gets all slow, and they go, "All right."
That's what when I think of her voicemail messages she would leave.
Oh, aye.
That's what I can still hear her saying is the "all right." That's the exact the Scottish "all right."
Say, you're getting fucking shivved your
All
bag.
right then. Give us a wee ring.
You're getting fucking shivved your bag. Go get the hing me over there. Get the hing me. Fucking Egypt. Go get the fucking hing me, fucking Egypt. Hello. You want Scottish Joseph now? I don't think you want Scottish Joseph. I am very, very impressionable when it comes to accents. Very impressionable, to the point that I almost got in trouble for it one time, when I went to the store, and recently, and by recently I mean like 3 years ago, I went to the store, and I mimic people, and I don't do it in an offensive way. I do it for everything. I'm very, very, very impressionable when it comes to accents.
I am too, actually.
So if I went back to Britain, I would have a British accent within a month, I would think. So I went to the store once, and there was a guy with a really. I got some snacks for me and Lily, and I went up to the cashier, and he was a guy with a very thick Indian accent, and he says to me, "You having a party?" And I looked back to him. I said to him, "Party?" I said it back at him like no, and I realized what I had done. I had just done this horrible thing to this man who was being nothing but nice to me, and I think I left the store just completely fucking beetroot, and it was just like I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I just did that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So yeah, that's what I did. So yeah, I'm just I'm like a mimic when it comes to accents, and saying words. So any accent. So no matter where I go, I think I would pick it up, anywhere. I would become that accent.
I thought thought that was normal, though. I don't know.
I don't think so.
I would meet people at work. I worked in a restaurant, and they would come in, and there would be these elderly Italian women and Greek women and everything, and they would kind of speak their broken English to me, and I would kind of speak it back to them. I thought that's...
Oh, okay.
You know, like I would kind of...
Maybe.
I would kind of adopt it back to them. I thought that was what everyone... I didn't realize that was unusual.
Maybe it's an age thing. I don't know. I think some people like having their accent and they hold on to it really tightly. You know, the Scottish that's over here in my family are they text Scottish. You get a text message from them. I don't speak to them anymore, but when I did, you get a text from them and it's hello. You know,
they would write it phonetically as they would say it.
How are you, Ian? You know, like they would. It's like they're writing their Scottish accent. Hamish can do it. Great. You know, that sort of thing. But yeah, that's accents. Okay, let's go to the next Patreon question.
Who's your favorite Patreon? Asks Raphael P.
You are Raphael P. You're my favorite Patreon. Whoever asks next time will be my favorite Patreon. My favorite. What is it? Favorite patron or Patreon?
I think you said Patreon.
Who's my favorite Patreon?
Patreon, not patron. Patreon.
I'm my own favorite Patreon. I love my Patreon. I don't know who's my favorite Patreon. I should support some people on Patreon. I think I should.
Yeah, it's probably time.
I should start doing that. I meant to do it a long time ago, but I think I should start. Yeah, I think I should start supporting some people on Patreon. Yep.
You want to go on to the next one?
Yeah.
That was kind of
Yeah. Let's keep going. We're only, I think, a quarter of the way done, so we need to get a move on.
Barris M.
Okay. Hello, Barris M.
Or Boris M.
Boris?
Barris, I would say.
I would say Barris, yeah.
Have you ever played the games Sadeki, Jade Empire, or Lost Odyssey? I've been on a bit of a nostalgia trip of these Microsoft exclusive RPGs which didn't get the love I felt they deserved. Curious what you'd make of them.
I haven't played any of them apart from a little bit of Jade Empire. I didn't really like it, so I didn't stick with it. I have... Is Lost Odyssey the one I'm thinking of? It has the weird looking guy on the cover. Lost Odyssey, Xbox One. No, I don't think so. Yep, that's the one I'm thinking of. I have that somewhere, but I haven't played it. I remember someone saying that it was fucking fantastic and there was a really good story moment in that game. And I got it at years and years and years and years ago. I got it because they weren't making them anymore, and it was secondhand in some bin in GameStop or something. Sorry, in EB Games. And yeah, so I just got it and I haven't played it, so it's somewhere. But yeah, I can't comment on them. Sorry. I heard they were good. Jade Empire just didn't grab me. I wish it did, but it just didn't. I couldn't get into it. It wasn't my style. And that's all I can say about them, unfortunately.
I recently spent a feverish night playing through Doki Doki Literature Club.
Uh-oh.
It was an absolutely terrific time, and I won't be forgetting the experience soon. I'd love to know your thoughts on this game because I believe it did two things extremely well, conveying a sense of hopelessness while still providing the player with agency and telling an impactful story in a way that can only be done through the medium of video games. In case you haven't played it, some other games with similar strengths in my mind: Nier Automata, Lisa, Undertale, Spec Ops, The Line, and Knights of the Old Republic.
Okay. I think I should play that game. I haven't. People keep recommending it, and I should probably play it on stream. But yeah, I haven't played it, unfortunately. It's asked a lot. So I should probably get around to that at some point. But as of now, I haven't, so I can't. Again, I'm sorry. That's two questions in a row that are kind of duds that I can't give you thorough answers. The length of the answer isn't as important as how thorough it is, and I can talk about the topic, and I just can't talk about that. Sorry, because I haven't played them. And by any speculation that I have on them might end up with me spoiling it, because I know expectations play a big role in Doki Doki Lit Club. So I can't talk about it. Sorry. Can you see a solution? I can't.
No, if you haven't played it, you haven't played it.
Is the next question?
It's for me.
It's for you? Question. Okay, so Aiden, is Aiden no, right?
Yeah. No, it's Barris.
Barris? Oh, Aiden no was the first one. Who's your favorite patron, right?
No, that was somebody else.
Am I being
That was
Raphael P. Okay.
He was
Oh,
the UK guy.
Aiden was the last person that asked a proper question. Okay, that's where I'm getting confused. Okay, Barasam, have an extra question that you can ask next month because I can't give you any good answers really for that, and you ask serious questions, but I couldn't give you any answers. So, if you do take part in the next Q&A next month, then feel free to ask an extra question. And I'm sorry. And the next one's for Lily. Do you want me to read it to you then?
No, I'll read it.
Okay.
This one is for your wife. How did you have the courage to support someone pursuing a career that's often perceived as risky, particularly while pregnant and then raising a small child? My girlfriend supports all of my stupid dreams and actively encourages my writing, design, and videos, but I've always wondered if she would really feel the same way if forced into a position of responsibility such as through pregnancy. See, I'm not used to answering questions that are of this depth, so I'm a little nervous, actually.
Are you?
I'm a little nervous.
Okay. Do you want me to take my pants
I
off?
wanna give a proper answer. Okay, something to understand about our relationship is that we got together at a young age. I was 18 when we got together, and we moved in together when I was 21. And when we moved in together, we were both having problems with our families, so when we didn't really have much in terms of support, whether that be emotional or financial or anything like that. So there was a little bit of a risk at that age moving out like that. And Joe didn't know he was narcoleptic, and I didn't know I was bipolar. So for several years there, one of us would be working and the other one wouldn't. I didn't find out until I was almost 27 that I was bipolar. So there were a lot of jobs there that I would have anxiety and I would quit and I would start another job and that kind of thing. So we were always kind of not working at the same time. Would you say that? Would you agree with that? Not working at the same time. You would be working, I wouldn't be working, then I was working, then you weren't working. Things weren't exactly steady or secure for a long time financially.
That's probably fair, yeah.
And then there was the writing came along and we tried to make something of the writing. And for a while it was working and I was working and the writing was bringing in these checks every month. And they got to be where they were paying rent for a little while. They did pretty well. And then that kind of fizzled. And we were getting older and everything. And we decided, okay, we should start a family regardless. You know, it's time. We're ready.
There's never going to be a good time. That's what everyone told us too.
I was 28 when I got pregnant with the older boy. You want to do it? Do you want to? No.
No, you do it. What? Oh, their names?
Do you want to do it? Or?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm going to be saying the older boy a lot in this conversation.
We've talked about saying for until now we had a rule that we're not going to say the kids' names on stream and we're not going to say the kids' names publicly. But we already said the younger boy's name once on Twitter, and I fucked up and said the name on stream the other day, and everyone just didn't notice, or they were polite and just pretended not to notice. So I think we're going to say their names from now on because I don't think there's any real danger in it, and I think it should be fine. And
real celebrities do it all the time.
Yeah, real
right?
celebrities. We're not celebrities at all.
Real celebrities.
Yeah, real celebrity. So I think we should probably just do it, and then we don't have to worry about fucking up.
I'm
so
worried I'm going to
terms.
slip up and say it. So.
Yeah. So the boys' names, the older boy is named Finn, and the younger boy is named Leo. Chat seemed to think that I said Leah. But I kind of mangled Leah into when I realized that I'd said the name. So yeah, those are our kids' names. Older boy's Finn, younger boy is Leo.
So when we decided to have Finn, it was right around the time where Joe decided to upgrade the computer, right? And that's when the whole opportunity of making the channel kind of came to be. So when the channel was born, it was about a month after Finn was born. So there was some risk. I was on maternity leave, but we'd already had so much risk up until that point, right? With work being kind of sporadic and with the books not really being a long-term thing. So while it might seem that I was being really supportive and that it was a really risky time, the last 10 years pretty much have been a risky time. And this was just another opportunity that I saw that maybe something would come of it. And if something didn't come of it, well, then when mat leave was up, I would be going back to work. So I don't think that I'm doing anything that other people wouldn't do in my situation. Your girlfriend says she supports you and everything, and that's great. it's different when you're living together. I don't know if you're living together. When you're living together and you're in a committed relationship, we were engaged at that point too. When the channel started, we're not technically married. We're common law, but we were engaged.
Yep, I said that the other day too. I think we said it once on stream before.
But just clarifying that,
Yeah.
you know,
Yep.
we didn't have the traditional wedding or anything like that, but we were in our minds committed. We were having a baby and everything, and then we were having another baby, and that's Leo came along, and the channel was doing better by then. It was a lot more stable at that point, and I didn't have to go look for another job. So now this is kind of the life that we've kind of settled into, and this is the way it is and everything. But yeah, if your girlfriend says she supports you, I would give her the benefit of the doubt, and hopefully you don't find yourself in a position like we did where we have to find out, because I think things would have been very different. I don't know how different they would have been in actuality versus theoretically, but I think if we had have known when we moved out that Joe was narcoleptic and I was bipolar, I think things might have been different for us. We might have been able to get on medication. In my case earlier, Joe's not on medication. But yeah, things might have been different and gone differently
Living it
for
raw.
us. We might not be in this situation right now. So maybe it worked out, but yeah. I hope that's a good enough answer for you. That's it for... Do you want to go to the next one?
Let's take some questions from chat. So someone said Finn the human.
De facto.
With Jake the dog and Finn the
Those are
human.
really nice names. Was there any reason or inspiration for them? Not really.
You're the name person.
I'm the
that's
name
all on
person,
you.
but I liked with girls' names I tend to like really traditional first names. With boys I tend to like more unusual names. We gave them, I won't say what they are, but we gave them traditional middle names so that if their first names were a little bit out there, then we didn't have to worry about it being too out there.
Like Frankenstein.
Frankenstein. But yeah, Finn was an added bonus for me because it's an Irish name, and with Joe being Welsh and Scottish, I thought it was a nice fit that it was a British name. Leo, I just love the sound of. I love saying it. I didn't want him to be Leonardo or Leonidas or any other longer. I wanted him to just be Leo. I love the sound the way my mouth forms the name of it. I know how that sounds, but
That's a weird way of saying
there's
that.
There's some names
like
that just feel nice to
Leo.
say, and I like saying Leo. It's just
Leo. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
so yeah. That was Finn was the name that we really completely agreed on. That Joe loved the name Finn, so we went with Finn first, and yeah.
And then fucking Star Wars.
Yeah, then Star Wars. And then people thought that, even though it was a good, 6 months almost after he was born, but then we got a lot of, because of Star Wars? No. Just because we loved the name.
Oh, well. What about the use of exploits in a first playthrough as well? My mentality is that water will always
Find a crack.
find a crack. What do you mean? In this game? Are you talking about this game? Or are you talking about in general that exploits when you're doing a first run of any game? Related to the guide question we had earlier? I don't know. Are you glad that the Dark Souls series ended, or are you disappointed? Dark Souls has not ended. There's absolutely no way that Dark Souls is over. It might be a spiritual sequel, or it might be something else, but there's no way that Dark Souls is over. You can chisel that into a stone and put the dash with my name next to it. There's no way that they are done with that.
Do you think you would ever consider doing a Draw My Life? I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is, sorry. Draw My Life.
Yeah, see, that's what happens when I'm put on the spot with a question. I say things that are inappropriate, out of context. Was WoW your first MMO, or did you get in earlier on the EQ/UO bandwagons?
UO for me, not EQ. I wish I had tried EQ, but yeah, UO for me all the way. Yep. I tried a few MMOs over the years, but yeah, the Ultima Online was the first one. A little bit of Asheron's Call, I think, just a little bit. City of Heroes was big for me, Planet Side. Then after WoW, I played some Warhammer Online. I played some Final Fantasy 11 before that, I think. I didn't play Rift. Tiny little bit of WildStar. a tiny little bit of Final Fantasy 14, a decent chunk of Knights of the Old Republic. I played quite a bit of that. Yep. There's no way Dark Souls is over. Joseph Anderson.
How do you have the time to play games and work? Any tips for people who are disorganized?
Well, it is my work now. It's what I do. If you mean splitting time between the actual time to play the games and not, that's so difficult that I started streaming to help with it. Yeah, so I definitely sympathize. It's difficult to find balance, but I'm lucky that I can combine something that I really enjoy with the work that I do.
If you had a girl, what name would she have had? Are you going to have another kid? I hope so. I would like a girl.
I would too.
Probably she'll be Kate or Natalie. Those are the two that are top girl names.
Yep.
That's what I said. I like more traditional girls' names. Those are very traditional. Then I think they kind of go together, whereas Finn and Leo are a little bit more unusual, a little bit less traditional.
Are you going to call it Rey from Star Wars? Thanks, Hameboy. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. All right, let's take some more Patreon questions.
Alex O says, now that it's been announced, are you going to play WoW Classic? If you are, what are you most looking forward to doing in it? And what class will you roll, assuming they don't mess with the balance?
Yep, very, very, very excited for that. I think it's going to be cool. I'm looking forward to trying it again. I don't think that a lot of people are going to enjoy it. I think that some people, it's going to be a be careful what you wish for sort of situation when it comes to WoW Classic, that even people who remember it fondly are going to play it for a month or so and are then going to think, oh yeah, it was like this. There are quite a few people that enjoy it as the private servers prove, but I think that in general there isn't going to be that much interest and that much enjoyment to come out of them. I don't know what I'm gonna roll. Probably just gonna go with warrior. I was a hunter when I first played WoW, and then I became a warrior a little later on. I don't think I want to be a hunter again, but maybe I want to be a hunter just to relive those memories of the first character being a hunter. I enjoyed being a hunter, but my first time through. But I think if I went back, I'd like to be a tank in Classic, like I was toward halfway through Classic is when I switched over to the warrior. Yeah, I'm planning on playing it with, probably we'll make a guild and we'll pick a server with viewers on stream and we'll make something. I don't anticipate it being super popular. I don't imagine there's going to be very many of us that are going to be there, but we'll make something and we'll play it for a while. I don't know if we'll probably stream it as well. We'll stream playing WoW for a little bit, maybe a week or two, and if it's popular we'll play it for a little bit longer than that, but it's not going to be a big thing. But I think it could be fun. I think it'd be nice to go back and just see the world as it was before the Cataclysm, even, because it's completely different now, and you can't see it, right? So it'll be really fun. I'm curious to see if they will keep the graphics as they were, or if they'll go in with the new models, or maybe it'll be an option, or I have no idea. I'm really curious about that. But there are things that they changed in Classic that I'm wondering if they're gonna fix. They updated the ogre models and the I think the molten giant models as well. And are they gonna make them the old ones? Like, how's that gonna work? I'm really interested to see what's gonna happen. Yeah.
Is there a waifu who can top BT? GB.
No, I think BT beats 2B.
Not for me.
Not for you? Yeah, BT was a pretty good robot foo. Pretty good waifu. I liked Maria in the game that we just played in Neo. Maria was pretty good. She had a cool attitude, and yeah, I liked Maria. But no, I don't think anyone's gonna top the meme status of BT. BT made Titanfall 2.
I don't know if I agree with that.
He was such a bad character. Where is this meme coming from? Seriously, he was so terrible. Oh shit.
I don't know if I want to.
I mean, no. Such a good character. Such a good character. Best Titan. Best Titan from Titanfall 2.
Is there a game franchise you would like to see get a reboot? I feel like I might have already asked this at some point. I don't know.
Maybe. I think that maybe someone asked that last time. Maybe it was you, or someone asked on stream one day. I would like to see something be done with Chrono Trigger. I think a proper sequel to Chrono Trigger would be great. If that means that the first one has to be remade, then okay. I would be okay with that. I don't think the first one needs to be remade. I think it still holds up. It might not be the masterpiece that it was when it first came out, but I think it holds up. You know, you can play that game, you can enjoy it. The visuals are timeless. I think the visuals are gonna be good for the foreseeable future. I think that it might not be fantastic, but they're functional. So yeah, I would like to see that something be done with that. In the same kind of way, every Final Fantasy game is being remade apart from my favorite. I'd like to see Final Fantasy VI remade, or re-released in better. There was that Game Boy version, I think, that added a weird dungeon thing to it, but I'd like to see a 3D version of that game just to see what it would be like. It might be a train wreck, but I'd like to see it. Why not? Let's see it. What's it going to be like? I'd like to see a reboot of Total Annihilation that isn't Planetary Annihilation, that is the actual Total Annihilation, the ARM versus the core. They had way more creative units in that game than Planetary Annihilation had. Sorry, than Supreme Commander had. I haven't played Planetary Annihilation than Supreme Commander had, and I hear Planetary Annihilation it wasn't good, so I didn't bother with it. But I'd like to see Total Annihilation come back as Total Annihilation with that system and see what that's like. And in the same vein, I'd like to see Red Alert come back too. Red Alert was great. Dungeon Keeper. I'm just thinking of all these old games now that are kind of dead. Dungeon Keeper. Let's reboot Dungeon Keeper. Fuck yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do Dungeon Keeper. Fuck yeah, Dungeon Keeper. I can't think if there's anything else. Someone got banned.
Banned again. Another Link thing.
No Link thing. Total Annihilation was such a good game. What else could have a reboot? I don't know. I think that's it. I think that's all I can think of right now. Was there a second part to the question?
No.
No, that's it. Okay.
There were 3 questions. I have a question. Someone in chat said Kate and Leo because of Titanic. How many of you think that immediately when you hear Kate and Leo together?
Yep.
Joe always said that, and I said no because Finn's there too. You know, and they're not the only ones. It's not like we just had one girl and one boy. So, because if that's a thing, maybe we can have a Kate. And I really like the name Kate.
Yep, I like the name too, and I've said that to you, but we can't go with Leo.
But I love Leo.
I know. Doesn't look like a lot of people. You gotta spare them the bullying.
Natalie Kate. Anybody? No? Did anybody immediately go there? Because again, that was, what, 20 years ago? So, I'm thinking some time's passed.
I think it'll probably be okay. I think it'll probably be okay. I just want to think if there's any other games I'd like to see rebooted. Deus Ex probably needs a reboot at this point. I think that needs just a fresh start and not a prequel. It just needs a blank slate. Let's just new place, new characters, 100 years in the future or something. It doesn't have to be the exact same story. Let's just go. Only have hints of it. I think that would work. Anyway.
Oh, there was a Leo in Star Wars too? Leonis was an agriculture scientist for the Galactic Empire attending an Imperial Academy on Lothal. It's obvious all your kids are named after Star Wars characters.
Oh, okay. If we're going expanded canon and everything, every name is in Star Wars. We're all Star Wars characters. We're all Star Wars characters.
And Melon Lemon 01 just subscribed.
Thank you very much, Melon Lemon, for the subscription. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Dragon's Den, Clawfist.
Welcome to the Dragon's Den and the Cringe Cave. Thank you very much. Enjoy our one emote for now. There'll be more soon.
Do you ever hear an announcement for a game or look forward to a game and get excited of it or follow it?
Last time that happened was with Horizon Zero Dawn. I was really excited to play the game after seeing the E3 demo. I don't know why. I don't know why that game grabbed me, but it did, and I wasn't disappointed when I played it. I was surprised. I thought it was going to be bullshit, and it wasn't. It was pretty good. Yep. So that's the last time that happened. It's happening a little bit with Last of Us 2 right now, but I don't really follow games anymore. I just have it in the back of my mind to be like, okay, yeah, I need to play. I should play that when that comes out, or a game will be in early access like this one, and I'll play it a little bit, and then I'll follow it kind of like through that. But yeah, not really. Doesn't really happen that much anymore. I find that it's better to not get excited and to not have expectations, and then you never have to worry about being disappointed. You never have to worry about being let down, and if the game does turn out to be great, then hey, it's a nice surprise. So basically, the Yahtzee way, the outlook of it. I know that may be a little cold, but yeah, I just too many broken hearts from a game ending up being really bad. So I just don't bother. I just wait until the game's done and I'm playing it before I start to get really excited. And I think so far that's helped out a lot. I enjoy games a lot more now because of that, I think, overall. It may not seem like it because I'm so negative sometimes in the videos, but that's because of the video, not because of myself.
Hope we get an Anderson Dynasty lore video.
Name your kids Kate from Titanic and Leo from Titanic. There we go.
Ilya says we should name Kate is from Titanic and Leo is from Star Wars.
Oh, okay. That and then they can just point to that and it's like, no, that's where it comes from.
I'm just hoping with Finn in there to mix it up, they won't think it.
All right, let's take another couple questions from Patreon.
Jonathan S. says, "Hey Joe, this is my first Q&A as a Patreon supporter. How exciting. My first few questions are quite simple.
Cool, thank you very much.
What was the first route you took in New Vegas to finish the game? Who did you side with?"
I think I sided with Yes Man. I can't tell you why without spoiling it, but House wanted me to do something, and that caused me to go independent. I didn't want to do what House wanted me to do. So NCR seemed like history repeating all over again, and it would just lead to another war. And Legion was not fleshed out enough, not quite as evil as you may think, but still evil and not good. So I ended up going Yes Man route. That's what I did my first time.
I've always been fascinated by the way a game can tell a story and allow you to experience it. If you could create your own personal video game story right now, what would it be?
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. So that's a massive question. I can give you some examples. I can't tell you all of it because that's a big one. I would play with interactivity and I would play with the respawn mechanic a lot. I would go into the game trying to find a way to contextualize the respawn, contextualize maybe the way that loading and reloading is done, saving and loading is done. Maybe you can't save and load in the game, and it is a short game that involves you stuck in some sort of time loop, and you like much shorter than Majora's Mask, and you need to like a Groundhog Day kind of thing, and you need to figure it out, and it makes the respawn that sort of story that you're involved in that way. That appeals to me quite a lot, and I think that would be a cool way to explore the best medium to explore it in that medium. Would be video games, because you can experience the repetition, you can experience learning when something happens, you can and hopefully there would be some sort of system that isn't just prompts to do it, that you are figuring things out as you are repeating this day in the story. Other ways would be some sort of random element to it, that the story might not always be the same way. I don't think this would work, but I would love to do some design documents on it of a rogue-like story, of that kind of rogue-like game. That will change depending on what you do and will react to what you do, and there are random elements that happen in the story that would change as you go through it. maybe one time a character is your friend, another time the character isn't your friend, and you have to respond to certain tells and to certain things that they say or that they do, and you can't always just assume that, well, I've played this game before, so I remember what happened last time, so that's gonna happen this time. It's like, well, no, that might not be the same every single time. But for a more traditional story, it would depend on the budget. It would depend on what the scale is. I would want a lot of gameplay in my game, so that is going to dictate a lot of what happens, because if there's gameplay, that probably means combat. I don't see myself making a puzzle game. I could see myself making something like Factorio. I would love to make a Factorio style of game, but I don't think a Factorio style of game is going to have a story. It might. Maybe I could think of one. But in my head, excuse me, I just choked on my own mouth. How dignified. Holy shit. Let me take a drink, actually. Holy crap, I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, that must have been really gross. It would depend on what the
Sorry.
It's okay. It would depend on the budget and what kind of combat there's going to be, and how it would work. So a traditional story might be, if it's open world, then I would want to make sure that the story has not enough urgency in it that you feel that you have to ignore it in order to be able to have the freedom to explore. That would be important to me. And same for if it's not an open world. If it's a linear game, then you can really have a sense of urgency. But if you're incorporating this idea of when the character dies, then they respawn, and they know that they've respawned, then that changes the story a lot too. So I would try and have a hyper focus on how gameplay would interact with the storytelling, and using the interactivity in a way that makes sense and is worth a shit, instead of just, hey, it's a movie plot that we just shoehorned into a game. The reason why I can't tell you very many specifics is because I don't have any specifics to tell you. I have some plots kicking around in my head that I could do, but I don't know a lot about the story until I sit down and I plan it out rigorously, and I haven't done that for any potential video game plots that I could do, because in my head I'm never making a game and it's not worth the time. But sometime in the future, maybe that will change. Maybe there'll be enough money and enough resources that I could take the risk and invest in it. You start as the Factorio guy trying to make the IMC crossover. Ooh, nice. And the goal of the game is to make Best Titan.
So that was your own personal video game story, right? I read that.
Yeah, not a very good answer, and I'm sorry, but I can't give you very many specifics because I don't have them. Sorry.
This one is for Lily. I asked you this in a stream once, but has watching Joe play more and more games while monitoring chat changed your opinion on video games at all? Are you more inclined or less to play them on your own time? I think the big thing that has changed for me where video games are concerned is that they've gotten a lot bigger for me now. When we first started dating, I remember Joe saying something along the lines of, one day video games are going to surpass movies, or they're going to be along the same entertainment scale as movies. And I didn't believe him. And I said, you're wrong. Movies are always going to be... People will go to the theaters and watch movies. People will download their movies. You know, we didn't have Netflix back then, but now I would have said, you know, Netflix. You don't have that with video games. And the kind of video games that I used to play were Tetris Attack and Bejeweled and, you know, not the kind of video games that you guys play with these huge cinematics and these huge budgets and all of this lore and whole worlds, right? So for me, watching the games that Joe plays on Twitch, but also for the channel, because if it's visually appealing to me, I'll sit and watch. That's been, I think, the biggest change for me is realizing that they are a lot closer together, and that video games are a lot closer to mainstream entertainment than I thought that they were. Whether I would play them on my own time, I don't know. I still would rather watch, I think, than play. A lot of them don't look like fun to me. I feel like I would get frustrated. I wouldn't enjoy getting lost to them. I wouldn't enjoy beating my head against it. I would get frustrated, and I would just want to say fuck it, and that's it. Even watching him play Odyssey, I just want to say fuck it. Like it
Well,
doesn't.
what are you talking about? Odyssey's the greatest game that's ever been made.
I still just want to say fuck it. Like
How dare you?
It doesn't look like it would be fun for me. Maybe it's not my kind of game. Edith Finch looked appealing to me, but it made me sick. So
How dare you criticize it? You haven't even played it.
I
See,
don't
can do
want
it.
to play it though, and that's the point.
What is your opinion on Breath of the Wild?
Didn't look like fun either. It looked
But
too
you haven't
big.
you haven't even played it.
I don't need to play it though. I don't need to play it
Sorry.
to judge whether I want to play it.
It's that's the criticism that everyone says when people
No,
criticize
but
Breath of the Wild.
it's-
You haven't even played it.
But why do I have to play it to know if I want to play it? I'm not saying it's a terrible game and that nobody else should like it or should want to play it. I'm just saying that for me personally, I don't want to play it.
What about Uncharted?
I don't really like the style of. He goes around and he searches for things. Like he'll be in a house and he'll be going through a bookshelf and he'll be picking up trinkets and stuff like that. I kind of get lost in it, or I kind of get bored and I stop paying attention. I liked the story in Uncharted a little bit, and I liked that there was so much travel. That kind of appealed to me. But in terms of even in the Last of Us, the story in that was interesting to me, but not the art style. That kind of art style and what's it called? The one with the kid and the son is and they kill the mother and they take the son.
Fallout?
Yes.
Okay.
That one, similar art style to me, doesn't interest me. So, Edith Finch's story interested me. Hollow Knight's art interested me. Ori looked pretty. I would sit and watch Ori. I like the style in Bloodborne. It's very gothic. I like that. But that's about it for me. I don't think I would want to play them.
Okay.
Each to their own, I guess.
That makes sense. Just for the next 2 minutes to be safe, Joe? What? No. What about I told you about Assassin's Creed Origins has the free roam mode, and I'll just tell you about history as you explore without any combat or anything like that. Would that interest you?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was reading further down in chat.
Remember I told you about the Assassin's Creed Origins has an educational mode, and you can tour around the
That
world.
might be
of
more
it.
interesting for me,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
I
it's-
like stuff that
I don't
is
think that you like
different cultures and different countries and stuff.
I don't think that you can handle first person perspective very well. I think there's something about that messes with you. It gives you some motion sickness. So
I got really nauseous
yeah,
with Edith Finch.
it would have third person might help you with that.
Even a different time period. I think it was the first BioShock. What was the one that took place in the 40s? I can't remember if it was the first one or the second one.
In the underwater city. Yeah, it was,
That
was
one
BioShock,
looked that one looked interesting to me because I like history. So to me that would be you're kind of in an interactive movie almost from a different time period. That would be interesting to me. But I wouldn't know if I'd like it unless I tried it, I guess. I liked watching him play it though.
I think you would like the Origins, just walking around and seeing things that might interest you. Or if they did the same didn't they have one based in London? Was Unity based in London? If they fixed that up and got the educational mode for that, you might really like that one.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Again, if it's around the world, I have never traveled. I've never been anywhere, so stuff that is foreign appeals to me.
You might like Ninja Gaiden Black. That might be a good game to start you off with.
I don't have a lot of patience. Joe's always telling me I need to be more patient. And to kind of invest in a game like that, I don't know if I would... But how far would I get? You know what I mean? Like, would I...
sound like a real dick right now.
No, but you do. I'm not patient. I get frustrated. I'm not like Joe. Joe can sit here and play Neo earlier and just keep going at it over and over again. The same boss over and over and over again. And I would have said, fuck it, I'm not doing this, and walked away from it. Maybe I would have thrown the controller. I get mad. So I don't know if
What do you mean? I killed every boss first try in Neo.
I don't know if I'm video game material. Let's put it that way.
First try. No, it's a good answer. Was that his last question?
Yeah.
Okay. How are we even halfway done yet?
We're halfway at least. Because there were 16 people, right? And we're at least at 8.
But there's that big block at the end, right?
Yeah, but they're fast. We're just gonna go where you're not
Yeah.
going to be allowed to answer in depth.
Okay, so let's do
Just
one.
kidding.
Let's do one more from Patreon, and then we'll take some questions from chat.
Will M asks, do you think the existence of video game genres and the tropes within them is good for the industry? Obviously, genres give a basic idea to the consumer as to what they can expect from a game, but for a developer, I feel choosing a genre might stifle the creativity that comes from having no preset path by which you could make your game. If you want to make a game to appeal to the multiplayer shooter population, you are less likely to step out and try something crazy, since you can easily find out exactly what the demographic already wants. Love the videos.
Yes and no. I think that people get hung up on tropes way too much, and genres to me, especially the more games that I play and even the more movies that I watch, are just there as just buyer's guides to me. They are just, just here's a general idea of what this is without spoiling anything. I've spoken about this a couple times on stream. The only time that a genre to me is detrimental is when it's a horror game, and I think that being told that something is a horror game before you know it's a horror game may make it not be a horror game anymore, or may make it a horror game when it wouldn't be for you. Like we went through that with Resident Evil 7 on stream, that I was playing it in the middle of the day, not in a well-lit room, but it wasn't dark in here, but it wasn't bright either. Talking to people on chat at the same time, so not the best way to get immersed into a horror game, but I tend to not really get immersed in games like that, so I don't think it would have affected me that strongly if I'd played it in the middle of the night in a dark room. Maybe if I had played it literally in a mental asylum that had been abandoned, but there's a guy that is rumored to still live there, and he has a hook for a hand and a hook for a foot. I don't know how he walks. Maybe he walks sort of like with he's a sideways man. He has a foot and a hand, and that's how he walks. And both the arm and the leg with the hook stick out, kind of like a crazy crab. That's what he's like. So that's what he lives in the mental asylum. That's his cove. Then maybe I would be scared playing that game, but I'm more scared of Hookman than I am Resident Evil 7, because Resident Evil 7 was funny to me. I was laughing at Resident Evil 7. So maybe what the fuck, Joe? Maybe that's the genre tag might have affected that for me, and it might have affected that for other people too. I'm dying because I mentioned the Hookman. His course has gotten me. Hook in my throat.
Having issues tonight.
I really am having issues tonight. I think I'm not sleeping enough. Well, I know I'm not sleeping enough, but I think even more lately. I think it's taking its toll on me. I think I might have to take a day off soon. I think I might have to miss a stream and just sleep somehow. But not tomorrow, because we're Undertale all day tomorrow. It's gonna be cool. Anyway, so yeah, I think genre tags are mostly fine, and they're there for consumers to make informed decisions, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I don't think they should be taken seriously. I don't think they should be taken as the most important thing that there is. That said, moving on to tropes, I hate how. Have you ever gotten into or watched an online discussion about something, and someone says something, and there's a reply, and the whole reply is straw man? That's it. That's the whole reply is straw man. They're playing red light, green light, and it's straw man, not straw man, or whatever. Straw man, tin man. They're playing straw man, tin man, and it's their turn to say straw man. That's how it comes out. It's there's no discussion. There's no, hey, this is why this is a straw man, or I disagree with you. It's just straw man. That's how people react to tropes sometimes, and they just say, oh, trope, like it's a bad thing. It's a lot more difficult to dismiss something when you use the real proper term for what a trope was before, which is a literary device. No one is going to use literary device as a way to dismiss something. Yet people do it all the time with tropes, and I don't think that tropes are meant to be inherently negative. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what a trope is meant to be, but that annoys me when people just trope that, oh, it's that sort of trope. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I think that there is some detriment to it, that sometimes people just kind of get sunk into these tropes, and they get stuck in them. Developers now I'm talking about, but I don't think that they are inherently bad or inherently flawed. That's how I feel about them. Was the question about developers as well?
Hold on, I moved down already. Obviously, genres have a basic idea to the consumer as to what they can expect from a game, but for a developer, I feel choosing a genre might stifle the creativity that comes from having no preset path by which you could make your game.
Yeah, so that's a whole other discussion. So I'm glad that I remembered and we look back at it. Yeah, that's a whole other discussion. I do not have enough information to answer that. I don't know, and I don't think there might not be anyone who has enough information to answer that, because you would have to be polling and surveying a bunch of developers and finding out. I will say that as someone who's played quite a few games, especially lately, that it definitely does seem that way to me. That is something that is happening, and that is a factor that is going on. And a lot of games are starting to feel very samey, but that could just be because video games are quite expensive to make. They're not necessarily more expensive to make than they were before, although I do think that they are. That they are very expensive to make, and because of how risky they are, that they are following a lot of trends, and they're being very, very, very careful. That's what I feel is what's going on. But again, they're not necessarily a bad thing to have the genres, and they do come with some expectations, but that's everything really. I said this about writing a few days ago, that all art is going to be derivative in some way. All art is going to be built upon something else. All video games are going to be created knowing that Super Mario Brothers exists. That's just a fact. Every single open world game that comes out after next year, or maybe even next year is early enough, are going to be influenced by Breath of the Wild. It was a smash success. It's going to be influenced by Breath of the Wild. Just like so many games are influenced by Skyrim, you can feel it. So many games are influenced by Dark Souls. You can feel the trends shifting, and as much as that may be shitty sometimes, it is a very, 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 very good thing that happens, because developers don't have to reinvent the wheel separately, or invent the wheel. They don't have to invent the wheel separately. So imagine if every single writer had to invent their own language, to have an extreme example, or their own literary devices. People build on past knowledge. So I'm not saying it is a good thing, period, and it can do no wrong. No, there are pitfalls and there are problems, but it is a good thing that these expectations and these lessons are learned and passed on. But unfortunately, it does result in some things feeling very samey. But to go back to the other answer, I'm not necessarily sure if that is because of that, or if it's because of how risky games are to make. So I will end with repeating that I'm not qualified to answer that question. Sorry, but I hope that was enough to think about.
That's it for him.
Is it? Okay, let's take a couple of questions from chat. At least one.
What games like Stardew do you recommend for chillax games? Stardew didn't quite do it for me.
Really? Maybe you just can't relax.
Hey,
No,
the mines were scary.
No, I think I know what you mean. I find stuff like Diablo to be very relaxing. I find this game to be very relaxing. I can sink into this game, but you need to know sort of what you're doing a couple times, so it's not going to be relaxing right off the bat. Yeah. So I'm trying to think of other games. Stuff like Slime Rancher might be relaxing for you, but that's more like a 3D Stardew. So if 2D Stardew didn't do it for you, maybe that won't. Minecraft might be relaxing for you. No Man's Sky might be relaxing. If you do not have any fear of underwater at all, Subnautica might be very relaxing. I find Don't Starve is quite a chill game once you're used to it, and you can get all cozy in wintertime especially. It can be quite enjoyable. I can sink and relax with Don't Starve quite a lot. Yeah, Cookie Clicker can be relaxing. A French girl just said that. Yeah, incremental games can be very relaxing. So it depends on what you're going for. Are you trying to be lulled into a hypnotic state of let's just pass the time, or are you trying to actually be calm, relax? You are in the ocean, you know, that sort of thing. Because if that's the case, I don't think there are many games that are going to do that for you. Yeah. But the most relaxing game that I've ever played, and there's just no frustration at all. Just nonstop from start to finish, literally finish, because there's a finishing line. Just the most chill experience ever would be QWOP. If you've never played that, QWOP. Just a really easy game. Controls just click with you instantly, and it's just a really good experience if you want to relax. Yeah, I would suggest that.
Oh, it's Quap.
It's Quap, is it? Quap?
If you happen to have another boy, what would you name him?
Probably name him Draco Tomes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we name him Draco Jones. We have no idea. We kind of struggle to agree on Leo, right? But I think I don't think we have a third name set up properly. I always liked the name Mason. I like the name Mason, but it got very popular, and that, you know, triggered the hipster in me. But the main reason why I want to shy away from Mason, even though I liked it so much, was that I have a book half written that has a main character named Mason, and because I just like the name so much, and that is not a good character to name a kid after. I have a character named Kate too, and we like the name Kate, but that is a different sort of thing. You don't name your character. You don't name your kid after a character like Mason. Hopefully that book will be done one day, and you guys will understand.
I really like Mason. That's too bad. That's a good name.
Mace Windu's real name is Mason Crow. No, it's not. No, it's not. I want off the Star Wars meme. I want off the Star Wars meme.
Just go through a list of German kings if you want cool sounding names like Friedrich and Maximilian.
Cool. Suffocating. What? Oh no. Alright. Oh, okay. Orange bars to fill up before the other one. Oh. Okay, run.
British names, I think.
Okay, they're good. Okay.
I tend to gravitate toward
Let's
British
take one more
names.
question. Have you seen much of Dust Force? If not, I would highly recommend it. The best 2D platform that emphasizes the things you seem to like most about gameplay, rewarding challenges, and long-term player mastery. Cool. I think I watched Matthew Matos's video on Dust Force. I haven't played it, but I'd like to. It looked pretty good. It looked like fun. Yeah, but I haven't played it, unfortunately. Hameboy TV got banned? Why did Hameboy TV got banned? Okay, let's unban him. Why is Nightbot banning people for one thing?
One offense.
One offense. I don't think disabling it is the right call, but we should probably loosen up on it a little bit. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna fix this. Moderation. Oh no, it's all going to hell. permissions. Does anyone know where I can unban someone? I should Google it. How to unban someone on Twitch. Unban command. Okay, that's it. Okay. Unban. What was it? Hameboy TV?
Yeah.
Hameboy TV is not banned from this room. Was it a different Hameboy? Or is it all lowercase?
I think it was a capital H, wasn't it? No, it, was,
It came up as all lowercase when he was banned. What's the stream delay? 5 seconds or something. He already got him banned. Okay. Someone else unbanned for him. Okay. We done already, Joe. Come on.
I saw the darkness.
Why is everyone mad at me? I wasn't looking at chat. I was looking at the command. I didn't see that you guys unbanned him. Everyone fucking calm down. Go play some K-WOP and relax.
And Stardew.
Yeah. Everyone needs to just calm. Deep breaths. Imagine you're playing Subnautica. Deep breaths. Here's a big shark coming to get you. Sound of the ocean. Deep breaths. Okay, let me set up my windows again.
I love Stardew, William. I've never finished it, but I actually really do like Stardew. I really like the mines, coincidentally enough.
Okay, I think we're all set up again. Okay. Example of a game with good RNG? I can't think of one. Maybe stuff like action RPGs that reward you that make loot exciting, maybe? I can't think of one right now. Even games that I enjoy that have RNG could do it better. Enter the Gungeon has RNG that sort of ruins it a little bit. It could be better. Yeah, I can't really think of one. Sorry, there's probably one that I'm forgetting, but I can't think of one off the top of my head. Sorry. Let's take another question from Patreon.
Thaddeus W.
Thaddeus W. Okay.
Hello, Joseph. First time asking questions, so I hope some of these aren't repeat questions. There's 3 quick questions.
3 quick questions before,
and then there's more
and then we go longer. Okay,
yeah,
so the quick
so
questions are okay.
Question of semantics: would you consider chocolate to be candy?
Nope.
What are some dead or inactive YouTubers you love but no longer produce videos?
C. Marshall and Matthew Matosis. No, Matthew Matosis isn't dead. C. Marshall is pretty much dead. Yeah, C. Marshall. I can't think of any others. I'm sorry. I'd have to have the list up, and you said quick answers. So, yeah.
Will you ever do a video on Fallout New Vegas? I ask since it will be the example for my last question.
Yep, I will. It'll happen at some point.
Longer question.
Okay, longer questions. Okay, so in case people don't understand why that was rapid fire, people are allowed to ask as many quick questions as they want as long as they mark it, and the quick question are very like boom answers, and that's it. So now they can ask as many as they want, and now we're on to the long questions, which are limited to 3 per patron.
Okay, so longer question. To preface, that's how you say it, right?
I think it's preface, yeah.
I asked the question on how to separate the main narrative and lore in writing, or in the case of games, narrative and lore side content. However, due to the scale in many games, it can be difficult to distinguish where one ends and the other begins. For this, I will use Fallout New Vegas as an example since I know that you have thorough experience with this game. Fallout New Vegas has the various factions to interact and side with. However, the main story still remains centered around the interactions between the key leaders vying for control for the Hoover Dam in a literal power struggle. Would the main campaign just be the overarching story or be based on the mini narratives that depends on who you side with? Alternatively, on the topic of side content, Arcade's companion quest, although delegated to side content, ties directly into the main narrative of a power struggle over the Hoover Dam by allowing an additional faction support. Additionally, quests like I Put a Spell on You allows you to take part in the Legion's plans to sabotage the monorail into the Strip, or the NCR efforts to thwart these plans. Both of these are considered side content, but each in some way intersect with the overarching story at play, whether it be actively working towards that goal by aiding a faction or gaining the trust of a new faction. Games and elements like these are why I asked this question. I love your content and will happily continue to support you. Look forward to hearing your response. From Donut Sandwich.
See, he was here earlier. I don't know if Donut Sandwich is still here, but yeah. Okay, so that was really long, so I'm going to try and paraphrase the question so everyone's on the same page and also so people understand the direction that I'm taking it. So the question is about main content and side content and how those definitions can be blurred, especially when it comes to games that have side content that isn't really side content and is linked to the main content. This is not in terms of gameplay, but is in terms of narrative. And the example is given is New Vegas, where a lot of the side quests and the side content are still linked and a part of the main narrative and the main quest and the main conflict that is going on around that area. That's what I would call it. That's a better way of saying it, I think, than what I first thought of in my head, which I didn't even say, so I don't know why I'm clarifying. But anyway, I think that the trouble that you're having is something that I think a lot of people struggle with, and oddly enough, it's something that The Evil Within 2 did fantastically. And this is that most games made today have side content that could be in any game. Think of Skyrim, think of Breath of the Wild, think of probably Assassin's Creed, especially open world games. Think of World of Warcraft quest lines, anything like that. These games have side content that have nothing to do with the main story that's going on, for the most part, have nothing to do with the world, and are just simply go here, kill this, go here, rescue that, go here, find me this, go here, get me that, go here, take a picture. You know what I mean? It's very, very divorced from everything else that is going on. So I think it shows how poor of a state that a lot of video game narratives are in, that we are looking at this sort of thing as the exception rather than the rule, when it should be the rule, to the point that when a game when Nier Automata has side quests that link to the main quest, it made me mad. And the reason why it made me mad, or mad's too strong, it made me annoyed, because I now knew that I had to do every single side quest in the game, and all of them were so bad and most of them didn't link to the main story, that it made me annoyed that those that did, because now I feel obligated to do them, when really I should have been like, fuck yeah, they actually put the time in for some of these, and that the side quests actually are worth a damn, and they link, and they're great, and they're not just empty stuff that's put in the game. That's fantastic. They should be commended for it, and I will say that in the video, that they should be commended for it. But at the time, having to have to do all this kind of what I deemed as filler content, because that's what I expected it to be, was annoying because of how inconsistent it was. Some of them were good, some of them were bad. So I think what you're describing in New Vegas here is the standard that all games should be held to, and it is just so, well, not all is too strong, but most games should be held to, and it is just so unusually done, unusually well in that game, that it's kind of hard to pinpoint down exactly how they even pulled it off, and where the line is blurred between main quest and side quest. And that's sort of what B-Tongue was talking about in the video he did, the Shandification video, which is one of the best videos that have been made on video games, about video games. That's what's good about it, is that it has that quality. It has, they thought about all these things, and they didn't just think about how the settlements would work and how they survive, but they also would, okay, well, what are the problems that they have? How do those problems interact with what's going on in the main conflict? Because the main conflict isn't in a bubble, you know, it's there. Fallout 4 did a little bit too, but unfortunately it didn't do it enough, and when they did do it, it was kind of juvenile. It didn't really make sense, because the main conflict doesn't make sense, whereas the main conflict in New Vegas really makes sense. It makes sense a lot. In the Blood, Sweat, and Pixels book, sorry to bring it up again, it's just that this is all the information I have on Witcher 3 because I haven't played it. They speak a lot about how, so they interview CD Projekt Red, and they talked about how they wanted a lot of that detail in the game, that they wanted their side quests to matter and to be linked to what was going on. And that was really great to read, and I hope that they were successful in what they did. It was a long question, so I don't know if there was another angle you wanted me to take it in. I can discuss how I think that sort of thing can arise. It's with a lot of thought and a lot of care put into making the world feel like an actual place instead of just a vehicle for the character to have adventures and stories and gameplay. That's how I would take it. That's how I would theorize that. That's how that was put together. That might not be the only way, but that's how I can look at it. It doesn't necessarily even have to be made a world first though either. It can be a collaboration of working on both at the same time, and there can be give and take. But that requires someone in charge that is willing to be flexible, a team that is willing to be flexible, and a lot of and writers that are given some authority. I think that's the trend of realizing when a game has a good story and this kind of quality and pulls this off really, really well, is that you will see the trend is writers are given authority, or the person who is in charge of some sort of directorial role, or is in charge of some sort of game design, even in a small way, has some sort of writing ability and can pull it off. But that's pretty rare. So I guess it just goes to show you how important just raw writing can be. But that's my wheelhouse, so of course I'm going to say that. So who knows if that's even true. And I think that's all I can say about it. New Vegas is a really good example of that, and it's janky. It was janky when it released. It released already 10 years old, you know, like if New Vegas was a baby, that baby came out with wrinkles already on it. So, you know, it's not the best game at all. But if you want an example of a really great world building, a really great story, and things that go together quite well, and it does, then you should play it. And also that it doesn't feel unfinished in the way that a lot of other Obsidian games do, even though it isn't finished. It wasn't finished properly, all the content they want, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels like a whole game for once. And yeah, so yeah, New Vegas, you should play it.
Do you want to do one more?
Yeah, let's do one more.
Kev, what do you think of, I don't know what this is, SOTFS?
Scholar of the First Sin.
Edition of Dark Souls 2. I felt like the enemy placements made the game significantly worse.
I agree. I don't. Okay, so I have a lot of theories on Dark Souls, obviously, and I have a lot of theories on Dark Souls 2 especially. And my theory on Dark Souls 2, and to some extent Dark Souls 3 as well, but mostly Dark Souls 2, is that a lot of the response, and this is me talking out of my ass, so I as you know, I'm not, I didn't say this in the video, so I don't know, I'm just theorizing. I would have to do a couple year-long study and interview people and probably make a time machine to know this for sure. But I'm going to theorize that a reason why a lot of people didn't like Dark Souls 2 is because of pride. And the pride because they played Dark Souls 1, they conquered Dark Souls 1, they were all ready to go with Dark Souls 2. They had mastered Dark Souls 1, and then they go into Dark Souls 2 and the game just kicks their ass. And it's like, oh well, it feels different, maybe that's why I'm getting my ass kicked, when in reality it's just that that's what you go through when you play a new Souls game. Even if you're familiar with the previous games, a lot of that familiarity is not really core mechanics. A lot of that familiarity comes with knowledge of how those enemy types work, knowledge of how that boss works, all that sort of stuff. If you play the games enough, you do become so in tune with Souls games that you can one-shot new enemies, one-shot new bosses. I've done it. You guys have probably done it in chat. You can get in tune with it. But this was the second game in the series for most people, and you can see how I struggle with Neo even, and that was probably the experience that a lot of people had with Dark Souls 2. They can't handle that. The game has taken them back to bitch status, where you are just this wimp again. And for some people, they love that. I get to experience learning this all over again. But some people can't accept it, and they look for reasons. And oh, it's unfair. And oh, there are these problems. And oh, it's not a good game. It's not as good as the first one. Why did they change the role? Why did they change the way the camera works? Why did they change the graphics? You know, all these different little things. Even though Dark Souls 2, in my mind, controls way better than Dark Souls 1. You can dodge in all the different directions. It runs better, 60 frames per second. You know, it's just better. It might not be better in every single way, but it is better. I'm not saying that Dark Souls 2 is a flawless game by any means. In fact, the base game of Dark Souls 1 is better than Dark Souls 2, definitely. I will never argue otherwise. But that's what I think is where a lot of the criticism came from, is that people were getting their asses kicked again, and they didn't want to accept that because they thought they had gotten past that. And then the public opinion kind of piles on. And it gets bad. And then Scholar of the First Sin comes out, and hey, you're allowed to like this one. Why are you allowed to like it? Well, they changed things. Let's give it another chance. And they go in, and wouldn't you know it, now the game feels a lot more smooth, and you aren't getting your ass kicked anymore. And the reason you're not getting your ass kicked anymore is because you've already played Dark Souls 2. You know how it controls. You know the bosses. They didn't change that much. And hey, you're allowed to like this one. It's so much better, everyone says. This is the fresh start for Dark Souls 2. Way better, big improvement. Whereas I play Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, and I think, yeah, it looks prettier, but everything else is worse. The enemy placement isn't as good. There are some parts that are interesting. I like the remix version of it and how it's different. But in my mind, it's worse. In fact, for all the complaints that people have about the base game of Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 2 Vanilla, because base game might imply no DLC, I think that Scholar of the First Sin is more cheap and more troublesome than the vanilla version. There are more groups of enemies. There are more times that the game gets cheesy, and yet that's the better version for a lot of people. That's how I think. That's a theory that I have about why people prefer Scholar of the First Sin about the over the original. The DLC is untouched in Scholar of the First Sin, is the exact same from the vanilla to Scholar. Yeah. And that's my answer for that, Kev.
And that's the only question he asked.
Chat seems to disagree. Someone is saying I'm talking my ass, but he's not offering any counter arguments at all. So you're a cool guy. Since you played Mario, what are some other acclaimed games you found overrated over the years? Breath of the Wild's probably a little overrated. Not a lot, a little. Moderately overrated. Some of the Uncharted games are overrated. Even though I love the game a lot, I think Last of Us is overrated. That's not going to be a game for everybody. That's not going to be a game for everybody at all. Some people are going to hate that game, even though I love it so much. Same with World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is going to be overrated for quite a lot of people. That game is not for everybody. I don't know. I don't like saying a lot of things are overrated. It's not stop strawmanning us. It's not it's not a fair thing to say, and to say the examples I give is not for everybody. Well, it shouldn't be for everybody, and the problems are that the reviews make it out that it's for everybody, right? That's the issue. Everyone's gonna love this game. It's a masterpiece when really it isn't. It isn't for everybody, and everyone shouldn't play it. But yeah, I don't know. I can't give you a good answer to that one. Sorry.
Which game is not overrated yet, in your opinion?
Oh, I don't know about that. That's even harder. What game is not overrated? Well, if we're going with not overrated, then I suppose that it's a cop-out to say, oh, well, these games are underrated. Those aren't overrated. But that's not fun. Yeah, I think you want games that are rated just about perfectly. I think Portal is rated about perfectly. Hob is probably rated perfectly. It didn't do very well in reviews for some of the problems that I brought up in the video. But yeah, I think that's about rated.
With that logic, isn't every game overrated?
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's kind of bad. It's because games aren't for everybody. Yeah, it's not a good answer. It's not a good way of looking at it. But a lot of the reviews are saying that they are for everybody. Everyone should play this game. Go get Mario Odyssey. It's perfect. Go get Breath of the Wild. Go get The Last of Us. Go get Uncharted 1, 2, 3, and 4. Everyone should play World of Warcraft. You know, the only game that I think everyone should play is Cookie Clicker. So you can learn.
We missed this one before. What's your experience with the Metroid series? You played Super Metroid for the HK Hollow Knight video. What other Metroid games have you played, and what do you think of them?
The only 2D one I've played is Super Metroid. I've played a little bit of another Metroid 2 remake, but not not enough to talk about it. Apart from I thought it was great. It was better than Super Metroid. It handled a lot better. The only other Metroid games I've played are the 3D Primes. I've played all 3 of them. I like them a lot. I don't know if they're some of my favorite games because I have to go back and replay them. It's been a long time, but I like them quite a bit. All 3. I even enjoyed Echoes and Corruption. I thought the motion controls in Corruption was one of maybe the only game that I've ever thought that motion controls added to the game. Whereas Echoes gets slammed a little bit for being kind of tedious in parts, but I liked Echoes as well. I remember enjoying it, but I don't know. It's been a long time since I played them. Let's take another Patreon question.
Matt O. Matt O. Hope the stream wasn't too tiring today, Joe. Long questions.
Oh, did he post this today? Maybe.
This is Victus.
The stream was okay today. Okay, I'm bracing. Let's go.
Okay. I'm curious as to what your opinion on modding and the community surrounding it. Also, what games have you modded heavily in the past, and what would you recommend?
Nude mods for Skyrim primarily. No, I haven't modded many games. Most of my modding experience outside of the Elder Scrolls games has been just fixes that have made old games playable, or have made been big community fixes for games. I don't care that they're starving right now, by the way. I'm not playing the game. I'm trying to answer the questions instead. They can starve. This isn't important. I'm sorry that I interrupted to clarify that right now. Yeah, so that's the main bulk of my modding experience outside of Elder Scrolls and Fallout. It's never really appealed to me that much because as much as I love it, the idea of it, usually the content is to me unstable. It doesn't work all the time. If it is stable and it does work, then does it break the balance of the game? So usually when I played Oblivion, Skyrim, I would gravitate toward these overhaul mods that change everything, that take a holistic approach to the whole game, and you're getting this cool this different experience. Skyrim even had one. I think only Requiem had this. Requiem makes the game a lot harder and a lot more old school, and it even will go through all of the other mods you have and change the values on all of the modded armor and weapons that you have to make sure that you can still use all this cool stuff that you have, but they will lower it so you can't cheat your way through with other mods, which I thought was really interesting. I don't know if it worked, but it was an interesting idea. Anyway, regardless, um, I would say that the mod that I've enjoyed the most the mods that I've enjoyed the most have been the fan-made campaigns for Dungeon Keeper. When I found out that Dungeon Keeper was available on newer operating systems again through the Keeper FX version that I talked about in the video, Keeper FX comes bundled. And I didn't know this when I got it. Keeper FX comes bundled with a bunch of fan campaigns that are technically mods. And some of them are fantastic. Not just the Ancient Keeper one that I spoke about, but other ones that people made too. There was an Undead Keeper campaign. They have maps, they have level selects, that sort of thing. And some of them are really cool. And it was this gigantic load of content that came bundled in with the game that I wasn't expecting, and I got to it felt like I got to play Dungeon Keeper for the first time again, because there was these new campaigns that you could really sink into, and it was a lot of fun. Technically, those are mods, and so that kind of content is really cool. When someone who's a huge fan of something put together levels for something and makes more content for it. So I love the idea, but unfortunately, it's not something I get into very much. Skyrim was those overhauls, same with Oblivion, but those weren't really balanced either. Fallout 3 was mostly just cool armors and stuff. Fallout 4, I don't think I modded at all, because I only played that game for videos and I didn't think it was fair. Maybe I downloaded some UI fix or something, but I don't think so. I can't remember. I don't remember downloading any mod for Fallout 4. What I would like to do when I play Skyrim is to look at some of the really good mod content. Interesting NPCs is one of the best mods ever made, and it fits in with Skyrim so well that if Bethesda doesn't hire that team for the next Elder Scrolls game, they are making a huge mistake. They're not idiots. They're not that bad, but they are making a huge mistake. That team did a phenomenal job at making extra characters for Skyrim that fit in seamlessly with the world, that the only way that you would know that they've been modded in is if you've played the game extensively so much before that you will look at you'll look at someone and go, wait, where the fuck did you come from? There were places that I went to Skyrim for the first time after installing that mod that I'd never been to before, and there were interesting NPCs there from that mod, and I didn't notice. Sometimes the voices are a little off though too, so that's something, but that's pretty rare. The voice acting is pretty good. That's all I can talk about mods. I think I'm a little limited on my mod knowledge. Anyone in chat have a cool mod for a game that they really like that isn't an Elder Scrolls game or a Fallout game? Have you heard of Sure AI's total conversion mods for Elder Scrolls? They're considered to be high quality. Are they? I might be able to try them at some point. You downloaded the mod which showed all the dialogue options. Oh yeah, I did a playthrough with that one. Yeah, I did do that. Yeah. For Lily and Joe, what's the best waifu in Stardew Valley?
Don't remember their names now.
I think I went with Penny. It was between.
I don't remember when I last played Stardew.
It was between Leah and Penny, for me. Factorio has some amazing mods. Does it really? Maybe I should play the Factorio mods. That sounds like it's really fun. Long War was neat. Wouldn't Lily have a husbando?
Technically, but not necessarily.
Do you want to share a waifu, Lily? Do you want to share a waifu?
Ooh, it's kind of kinky.
Do you want to share BT? I'll share BT with you.
Wow.
I think Best Titan will be down. He is the best Titan after all. BT is more.
You share your robot with me?
BT is a girl to me though, in my heart. So, it's more she. She's my waifu. Civ 5 also some good mods. Oh, there was a Civ 3 mod or Civ 4 mod. That changed it into a fantasy game. I played that a little bit. That was kind of cool. Mods for Stardew would be fucking great. Are there any mods for Stardew? I could see modders going crazy with Stardew. That would be fucking cool. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
No, they're asking what's so great about Stardew. I was gonna say it's a very mellow game, and it has it's a farming game, but you also have to go through town and everything and do tasks for different people. So it's kind of an interactive game in that way. And then there's the mines. You go down in the mines and you find copper and all these other kinds of ore.
Yeah.
And you have to battle the little crabs and everything that come at you down there. So for me, I think it's cool because it has so many different elements to it. But it's not a fast-paced game. It's very mellow. So if you like that kind of thing. You ready for the next question?
Yep, go for it.
After Neo and tomorrow's Undertale stream, would you consider a Knights of the Old Republic playthrough? Also, what are your detailed, more or less thoughts on the first and second game?
Oh, Knights of the Old Republic is one of those games that I really enjoyed playing at the time, and over the years I've tried to go back and play it again, and you get to that opening in the starship and everything is kind of janky and off, and the characters kind of come to talk to you, and it goes into dialogue mode, and they're kind of swaying like they're on a ship that's at sea. Even on the planets, they're just kind of like, hey, what's going on? And it's such a slow start for a great game, and I struggle getting back into it. But it could be interesting to go back and return to it on stream. Maybe we could make it an entertaining sort of thing. We could discuss all the options that we do and see how it goes. That could be interesting. Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2 are fantastic. They're both good. I would say, even though the second one is my favorite, I would say that the first one is the better game, mostly because the first one is fucking finished. Knights of the Old Republic 2 is not finished, and it is an Obsidian game. Unlike New Vegas, it feels unfinished. It is unfinished. When I played it, I even got very, 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 very lucky, and I didn't encounter any major bugs. But still, it just at the end, it just poops itself. It's just, you know, the Sith flows, and it's just that's the end of it. There's some very interesting characters in Knights of the Old Republic 2. It is a very unusual Star Wars story. It questions a lot of the dogma that is around Star Wars. It is fascinating, if only for that reason. But there is a mod that fixes some of it now. So I think that if you played it with the mod, then maybe it's good. I haven't played it with the mod, kind of links to the other question, so maybe that will improve a lot of the state of Knights of the Old Republic 2, which would be cool, because I think that game deserves more attention, and it deserves more people to have eyes on it, especially with how popular, you know, the resurgence of Star Wars at the moment. I can barely remember any characters in the first one apart from the killer robot guy. I don't know why I remember her name when I can't remember anything about her, but Bastille is just kind of a blank in my mind. Karth is kind of a blank in my mind. I cannot remember anybody else. Those are the only three I remember. Are there any more characters than that? Those are the only three I remember. That said, I can barely remember any of them from Knights of the Old Republic 2 either. So maybe this is just a me problem rather than the game itself. For the time, it was great. It played well. It had a better combat system than what came before it with Baldur's Gate. It was 3D, and it didn't look like ass when it was released. It does now, but it looked good. Like, it didn't look great, but it looked good. It was exciting. It was this really cool kind of game, and yeah, I think it's good to return to it at some point. I don't know how interested people would be to see it streamed, though. I have no idea. I just remember hitting the flurry button all the time to get through combat. I had a guy with 2 lightsabers, and he would just go woof, 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 woof with the flurry ability, and that's how I would get through everything. Yeah, I can't really talk about it any much more than that. Apart from, I would recommend the MMO. I think the MMO is is pretty good if you're looking for more of the first 2 games. It is a pretty interesting solo experience if you're okay to just ignore the fact that it's an MMO. They cut a lot of the content out that was filler. You can experience the story missions. You can go through it. I think you can even experience the story missions for free with all the different characters, and it feels like Knights of the Old Republic. It's surprisingly okay. There we go. Uh, there's my back of the box quote. Joseph Anderson, surprisingly okay. That's how I feel. Anyway, what was the last question from Kev?
What's it like becoming a bigger face in the gaming critic community and your YouTube fame? Getting responses from boards like /V and R Gaming. How does it feel knowing that your opinions are heard and cared about outside the community? Thanks for the answers, Dad. You should come on Discord more for the memes and shit posting. We miss you. It's not Kev anyway. It's Matt.
It's Matt. I'm sorry. What did Kev ask?
Kev was before, I think.
Okay, that's okay. I'm gonna stop saying names.
Yeah,
Kev was before. Kev only asked one question. That's why. I'm sorry, Matt. That was really rude of me. I'm sorry. I did it to someone else earlier, so don't feel especially snubbed. I'm just being bad. I'm very sorry. That was really rude of me. Yeah, I'm not on Discord as much as I used to be anymore because it's just wake up, System of a Down song, go to stream, and then stream's done. Okay, go see Lily and the kids, have some food if I didn't eat on stream, which I'm trying not to do anymore. So that's my breakfast at 3 in the afternoon, and then hang out with them for a bit. If we need to go and do something, then go there, go to the grocery store, go to the bank, whatever we need to do, and then it's right in here, and it's working for the rest of the night on whatever video I'm doing. So I don't really have that much time to go on Discord anymore, unfortunately. I wish I did. I'm trying to sneak back in every so often, but I find that I can get wrapped up in the conversations there, and it can be a bit distracting. But I do like the community we have over there. It's good. To answer the other question, or the real question, that was just your side at the end. People are quoting the Chop Suey now. I love that song. I don't really feel like I am a bigger face in the gaming community. It's really surreal to tweet something and get a response from Total Biscuit that he'll reply to something I said. I make a bad Dark Souls joke and he tweets me, stop, that sort of thing, or getting a tweet from someone who developed the game and I played their game, getting responses on boards like V and something on and stuff on Reddit. There's been some response on NeoGAF as well. That is more normal to me now because I've read a lot of that stuff over the 2 years that we've been doing the channel, and it was important that I would read it because first of all, not only because it was pretty good criticism and pretty good feedback most of the time, but secondly, it was important to know where the views were coming from. So if I suddenly had a big spike on a video, which I used to check obsessively, if suddenly a video is getting 1,000 more views an hour out of nowhere, I need to know where that's coming from. So is that because I need to know for future reference? Is that just a YouTube thing? Is it being linked somewhere? What is the kind of exposure from a link from this place? Or more importantly, is it an article that someone wrote, or just YouTube? Just YouTube is huge, because that means YouTube itself is feeding into the channel, and that happens without anyone posting anywhere. It's just YouTube. So that was important. So I'm kind of used to that now, and it doesn't really affect me. It probably should, but it doesn't really get to me in a good way or a bad way. It's just it just is. It's ramped up a little bit more lately on 4chan, and that's, like I said earlier, it's flattering. I don't think they want it to be flattering, but it is flattering. So that's unusual in its frequency. There's probably tons of them that I haven't even seen. So that's okay, and that's unusual. But as someone who's being responded to other people that I've known about for many years, I tweeted out something about a song that Miracle of Sound made, and then a couple of weeks later he's messaging me on YouTube saying that he liked my Breath of the Wild video. Like, that sort of stuff is surreal, but it is short-lived, like pop here and there. It doesn't really stay. It's not a constant thing. Maybe if I put myself out there more and I released more regular content and I was more social on Twitter and I was going to conventions or whatever. I don't know why I lost my voice there for a second, but yeah, I think that would be Maybe I'm talking too much with all the streams. Do you think I'm talking?
Probably.
I'm talking like what?
Talking a lot of hours in the day.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I mean, that's why I'm coughing so much too. Maybe I'm losing my voice a little bit. Maybe I would feel differently, but I still feel just regular me with the regular channel. It still doesn't feel that different to me. The biggest thing is the support on Patreon and here on Twitch, and that's the big difference. But in terms of the channel, it just feels the same. So I don't really feel all that different. Maybe that's wrong.
Again, not much in our life has really changed because we still live here.
Yeah. Maybe
like we don't have to worry about making rent anymore, but we still live here. And I had to worry earlier if the elevator was working when I took the kids to the grocery store, and I walked there and I walked back, and
this place is such a shithole. Yeah.
You know, so.
But
if that was different, maybe you would feel different.
I think you would. Mostly in the gaming community though. Yeah. Not different at all. Not different at all. I don't know. Maybe that's not a good answer. I don't know. I'm questioning my answers. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I shouldn't question my answers. Maybe my answers are fine. This is a Christian Twitch stream. I fucking hope not.
Okay, that's it for Matt.
For Matt, thank you very much, Matt. I'm sorry again that I got your name mixed up with Kev again. Very sorry. How long is the QA going for, by the way? I actually bounced for a while. How many I see the scroll bar is still pretty high up there, but there's this thing at the end that's probably making that different. Can you scroll through it and see how much we have, Lily? Who's next?
Micah's next.
Micah?
Stuart.
Micah, then Stuart.
Then Joshua, I think.
Then Joshua.
And then the long one at the end.
Okay, so we have 3 more proper questions, and then
a very quick long question.
And then we have a big thing at the end where someone took advantage of you can ask as many quick questions as you want and posted about 100 questions. So we're gonna go through them rapid fire. At the big thing at the end. Okay, so let's take a question from chat.
Have you ever played Puzzle Pirates?
No, I haven't.
Have you heard of Nimbatus?
I've never heard of that. Should I have? Is it good?
Do you like cutscenes as a way to tell stories in games, or do you feel we should try other things akin to FNV storytelling, or most Valve games is storytelling, for example, happening in game without taking control, allowing interactivity with the story?
Cutscenes are a tool like any others, and they can be used for good or for bad. They have their pros, they have their cons. I would say that I really don't like what Valve does, because when you play the game again, you can never skip through it. I'm scrolling the chat bar because I want to make sure I don't lose this question up here, because it's been asked a few times. So that's why the screen is moving.
I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, it's a tool like any other. I think that it is mostly a negative on a game, that you should never take the control away from the player. But even if you do a storytelling sequence like Valve does, and you have control, you should still be able to hit escape and skip it, because it is terrible to play that game again.
I did see the question before.
Yeah.
Because there's no space, it didn't highlight. That's why I missed it.
So as someone who's trying and failing to start up a game analysis channel, I gotta ask, how long does it take to edit the average 30-minute-ish video? Average hour-long video? I want to make stuff, but I always feel I'm not putting enough effort in. What do you mean by edit? Do you mean edit the video assembly, or do you mean the script? A 30-minute video, I'm gonna say on average is gonna take anywhere. If you're it depends on how long the game is, but let's just ignore the game. So let's just talk about writing, editing the script, recording the script, and editing the audio, and then putting the video together. That's probably gonna take about 20 hours, 10 hours, an hour and a half. Anywhere between 30 and 40 hours. Not including playing the game, and double that for the average for an hour-long video. But it's going to depend a lot on how fancy you're going to be with your editing tricks and your visual flair and all the other stuff. How familiar you are with writing, what the game is. But yeah, that's my estimate for you. Is the 100 questions mine? I thought that failed to upload, so I ended up writing you some proper questions instead. I still got the email for
Surprise.
it. I got the email for it. So we posted it in. So that went through.
So we're gonna do it as fast as possible.
Yeah,
though.
very, 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 very fast. All right, let's get through it because it's almost 2 a.m, and that was supposed to be our end point. So let's go through.
Okay, so Micah W. Hey Joe, I absolutely love the new answer format. Your reaction to my religion question was priceless.
Oh, I remember that one. Cool. I'm glad that you like it. Some people didn't, but I'm hoping this one will be better because we're not really paying attention to the game.
Thank you so much for answering it. I figure I'll start off with another deep question, this time about parenting. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm getting uncomfortable sitting in this chair. About parenting. Lily, your answer would be welcome here too. This is something we talked about very briefly the other day.
Okay.
About bad language. How do you feel about bad language being used by kids? I find it interesting how passionately most parents will try to keep their children from saying fuck and shit and anything that might use God's name in vain. Yet these lessons rarely stay in their minds into adulthood. Almost everyone I know curses at least a few times a week, and none of them are worse people for it. Do you think it's important to keep bad language out of children's mouths, or are they just words that society has artificially assigned a greater significance? Do you think their usage at a young age has a negative psychological effect? Will you and Lily stress the importance of not using those words to your kids? Why or why not?
I don't think that using the words has a negative psychological effect. But like the Dark Souls 2 stuff earlier, I'm talking out of my ass. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a what is it?
Social worker?
Isn't there a word for that?
I don't know.
If you study sociology, isn't there
Sociologist?
Is that a word?
I
Is there
think.
sociology? Is there
Probably.
sociologist? I don't know anything about that. But I'm just gonna speak about how I feel, and I feel that that's not going to do any damage. But the reaction that the kids get from using that language might cause some repercussions. So the kids being allowed to say shit, fuck, the words that Carlin talks about, shit ass, motherfucker, cocksucker, tits or whatever. That's what he goes to. You ever heard Carlin's?
I haven't heard him.
The 7 words that you can't say.
I know of him.
I don't think saying those words are going to cause anything, but if the kid says a word at the supermarket and someone reacts to it badly or they get in trouble, that might cause some issue, and that might cause some repercussions, and that might cause them to have some sort of damage of, oh, the time I got in trouble for saying a word and I don't even understand why I got in trouble when we were at that place. Why did this happen to me? Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits. That's it. That's the 7 words that Carlin said. Thank you, chat. That might cause some issues. I think that in general, and I think Lily might agree with me, and if she doesn't, that's fine. But I think that in general, I think it's very strange how a lot of parents, including my parents, and I think Lily's parents as well, would have these really, really strict rules about what you could and could not do, could and could not say, and suddenly, as soon as you're an adult and you leave home, they don't care anymore. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever, So there was a slight sort of growing pain period when I started swearing in front of my parents, but I didn't interact with my parents much at all since becoming an adult. So I don't really have that much of an experience, but there was always a little bit whenever I swore in front of my mom. She would kind of look at me and be like, "I'm not sure if I'm supposed to tell you off for doing that." It was more confusion, that sort of thing. But it does seem very strange. You're not allowed to, don't do any drugs, and don't stay out too late, and don't stay up too late, and go to bed, and make sure you're going in school, and don't swear, and don't have sex, and all this other stuff, and don't dress that way.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, and then as soon as you hit 18 or 19 or 20 and you move out and you become an adult, it's when are you having kids and when are you getting a relationship, and you should go out more and meet people, and why don't you have a drink, and oh, you can swear in front of me, it's fine. I look at raising a kid as you're not raising a child, you're raising an adult, and what kind of adults do you want this child to become, and you should treat them like the adult that you want them to be as soon as you possibly can. The issue is that isn't always feasible, and there are these I don't know, points where you have to realize that there's a maturity level that just isn't there. You're not going to let your kids say these things because they might get in trouble and they might embarrass themselves really early on, but later on it might be fine. You're not going to teach your children all about how sexuality works at such a young age that they don't even understand it, and it might even scare them, that sort of thing, or really practical life lessons. You're gonna sit down and teach your kid taxes when they're 8, even though you want them to be able to personal finance lesson Timmy at 8 years old. You're not going to do that, even though you want them to be the adult to grows up that has some personal finance information, that stuff like that. If you're into cars, you want to teach them some basic automobile maintenance. You're not going to do that at 7, even though you want them to be that age. So there are levels where you don't always treat them like an adult. They are still children. But yeah, that's how I feel about the whole thing. And swearing is one of them. I don't know. I'm trying to cut down on the swearing in front of the kids a little bit because I don't want to have the 3-year-old that says shit. Like the older kid Finn already knows how to say bitch because he knows it from the Britney Spears song.
Which maybe I shouldn't have played in front of him.
It's fine.
But he was smaller he wasn't really talking when I started playing that.
Yeah.
So I didn't think of it at the time.
Yeah, it's fine. That's not really that bad of a word, especially in the context of how he knows it. But what would you think, Lily? Would you agree?
Someone said it in chat, and I totally agree. I think it's not so much the words that they know; it's when they say the words, to know when it's appropriate and when it's not appropriate. My parents would always swear when they were angry, and it was very. I'm allowed to say this because I'm the adult, but you're not allowed to say that. And if you say that, you're going to your room and you're being grounded for it. It was very. Because you're the adult, you have different rules. And I never they even swore in other languages, and I was still not allowed to say it, even though I didn't really understand I just knew that I would get in trouble if I said those words. I didn't really know what they meant or anything like that. So they're going to hear it anyway. They're going to hear it on TV. They're going to hear it in music. They're going to hear it on the street. It's everywhere. So I would rather they heard it first at home. So, they're not learning it for the first time from a friend, like drugs or sex or anything. I would rather they heard it at home first. But I would really like to teach them, I guess, context and when it's appropriate, and when you really shouldn't say that to somebody, that it's not nice or whatever to call somebody that.
Context is very important.
I'm more concerned with racial slurs, that I don't want to say them around them. Not that I would say them anyway, but I don't want them to learn that and to be calling each other that and hey Leo, guess what you are, and I don't want that. To me, that is a lot more offensive to have a racial or
there's more
homophobic term or something.
So I was gonna say it's not just that kind of word. Yeah,
Finn, you're a cunt, or even though I hate that word, like to me that is a lot less offensive than other things that they could be saying. So yeah.
I'm yawning. I'm sorry. It's been a long day with this sort of stuff. I love your videos. I soon will be a subscriber. You are the bollocks video game dragon. Keep up the mint grafts. Thanks a lot. See, people typing in their accent. Thanks a lot. Was there how many?
There's more.
There's more. Okay.
What are your thoughts on the use of prophecies in storytelling? I find that in the majority of cases, they are just lazy ways of telling the audience that the villain will be defeated and how it will happen, or if it's a bad prophecy, then it obviously won't come true. Rarely do prophecies leave much to interpretation, or they're so vague that there's nothing to interpret. Do you think that prophecies are just really bad foreshadowing, or do they have their place in stories?
Prophecies are 99% garbage in every single way that they're made. In every single way that they're utilized across all mediums, across film, across TV shows, books. I don't think there's any prophecies in art. In video games, no exception. They're almost all of them are shit. I'm not gonna say all of them because there might be some good ones. There might be some ways that they subvert expectations. But so let me clarify. A prophecy that comes true and is right and real and is down to the letter, that's what's going to happen. I am confident and capable of saying that all of those are complete shit. A prophecy like in Dark Souls where it is doing something more interesting, okay, that's great. But the prophecies that are direct, this is what's going to happen. I've ranted about this on stream more than once, so I apologize if you were here for it in the past, but we're going to go down this rabbit hole again. A prophecy is when you write a story, you have either a plan in your head or you have a plan on paper, or both. all writers usually have some sort of idea of what is happening, even if they like to do discovery writing, which is when you write and you don't really know where it's going all that much. You are writing as a reader and you are enjoying the process of discovering the story as you write. Even if you are a writer that is like that, you probably still have some general idea of where you want some stuff to go and what you want some stuff to happen. But even if you don't, there will come a point where you need your characters to be able to go somewhere and you need your characters to be able to do something. And that will result in you having to have character motivations and character desires. And okay, so if you want on page 150 that Jake goes and gets a cupcake, then you better have some motivation for him to go to get the cupcake. Maybe the cupcake is in a castle that he needs to storm the walls to get this magical cupcake that's going to make it, it's the one cupcake to rule them all. So he needs to get the one cupcake. So he's not going to go storming this castle without some good motivation for it. He must need this cupcake for some reason. Is it going to give him powers? Is it going to help make him make more cupcakes? Is he going to be able to realize how good this cupcake is, and he's going to be able to make more cupcakes and sell them and make a big cupcake empire? What are the motivations for him wanting the cupcake? Well, that takes planning. That takes foresight. That takes having a story written down. Okay, well, I need to be able to make it so he has the proper motivation to do that, or else he's not going to go through all the conflict. He's just going to go home and peace out and just smoke in the Shire all day. That's all he's gonna do. Fuck the cupcake, I can make them right here. That takes planning. So if you write without planning, you get stuck. So a great way of having a plan that is just all encompassing is that you have a prophecy, and the prophecy is just the plan of the story is just put in the book. So just think of a character motivation that the character needs to do this. A character wants that. A character desires this. There's going to be character development. There's going to be changes. There's going to be conflict between these two characters that want the same thing. Or you can just make it that Jake wants to go get the cupcake. Why? Because I fucking said so. Well, what do you mean you fucking said so? How are you going to communicate that? Well, I have a prophecy. So the prophecy says that Jake wants the cupcake, and that's what the prophecy says. The prophecy says, Jake, when you grow up, you're going to really want this cupcake, and you're going to go get it. And after you get it, you're going to be successful. Is there any other reason? Nope, it's because the prophecy says so. Oh, okay. Cool. That's what prophecies are like. That's how shit it is. It's not always going to be that straightforward of an example, but there you go. That's what a prophecy is. A prophecy is literally the writer's planning notes bundled up into a package and shoved in the book, so the writer can point to his own writing planning notes and say, the prophecy says this happens, so this is what happens, and you can't question it. Sure, there might be some differences here and there, and they might have some twists on it, and there will be subplots and little stories that come up that don't use the prophecy, and that's great, and that maybe requires planning. But the big stuff is the stuff that's hardest to plan, and that's why you see all these prophecies just going through it. Pretty bad. That's it. That's all I have to say.
So the next one is him giving you advice about Undertale. So we're gonna skip that one. Okay, just because we don't want any spoilers.
We have to skip this one. Here's what we're gonna do though. I'm gonna leave the room and you're gonna read it. So at least it was read on chat. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm gonna leave the room. I think I need to pee anyway. So we're gonna leave the room.
Check on Leo. I turned the heater on in the living room because it's really quite cold out there. Okay. So I checked the windows closed, but I found it kind of chilly.
2 minutes, you just read the question, and then
yep.
I won't hear it. Because I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so the Undertale comment was... Shit, hold on. This isn't a question. I just wanted to offer you some friendly spoiler-free advice for how you approach your Undertale playthrough. On your first playthrough, kill everyone that attacks you. On your second playthrough, spare everyone that attacks you. If you have time, on your third and final playthrough, go out of your way to kill every enemy in the game. This is by far the hardest ending to get, so save it for last. The reason for this recommended order is so you won't have to repeat identical conversations that you'd normally be forced through if you spared people on your first run. The pacifist ending is unavailable on your first run, so there's no point in dragging out the first playthrough with conversations that you'll just be having again on your second run. This method of playing greatly speeds things up for both you and the viewers. Once again, thank you so much for answering these. I hope you love this game. Love the game. And that's that. And I tried not to talk too loudly, so hopefully he didn't hear. Lily, can you forward to Joseph my question about what are his opinions on Life is Strange? I wanted him to find it out, but that cupcake question completely declined. Yeah, I'll ask him. Opinions on Life is Strange. No, of course not. That was the whole point of him leaving. And same with all of you. When he comes back in, no talking about it. I scrolled down so the question is gone. Lily stream, yeah. Hey Lily, do you know what time the Undertale stream is starting tomorrow? Should be at 11 a.m. Eastern, which is regular time.
Assume it's safe, right?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
What are your opinions on Life is Strange? Before I forget.
Haven't played it.
Haven't played it.
No idea no real strong opinions. When did the dogs get in here?
I let them in when I came back in after turning the heater on.
Okay.
They were being a little bit rowdy out there, and I didn't want them waking them up.
Okay.
Is Joe a real dragon? Can you say yes, please? The kids are good. They're sleeping.
Should we allow spoilers of the game tomorrow during chat? Because I'm not looking at it. Or should it be spoiler free for chat as well? Is there anyone in chat right now that has not played Undertale and will be experiencing it for the first time tomorrow? Or will be experiencing it for the first time when watching the VOD or anything like that? When making critique on video games, do you think... No, sorry, no spoilers, spoiler free. Okay, so no spoilers tomorrow. Okay, cool. Do you think article formats such as Chris Wager still can be workable, or is YouTube still the best way to go? I was out for a while. I didn't answer that question. No. Articles have their place definitely. I think that YouTube is better because you can have examples on the screen as you're talking about them, and that just makes it so much easier. But articles definitely have their place. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want to go back to P-Chan?
Yep, let's move on to the next question.
We're almost done now. We're down to the last two, and then we have the one at the end. Stuart H. Hey, Joe and Lily, hope all is well. What are some challenges with making your videos that you think people don't appreciate? Something that takes more time or effort than most people expect?
Well, just kind of what I just said. Matching video footage to what you're saying in the script, that's difficult. That takes up a lot of time. It's not so easy to just remember or just grab something or make notes of where everything is. It's a lot more difficult than that because you have to you end up fishing through all of the footage for the right clip that you need, and it's really important to do that, especially the way that I make my videos, that there is a lot of footage that's matching what I'm saying. That's pretty tricky. Editing audio is tricky as well. Recording in general is just a gigantic pain in the ass. Setting everything up, making sure that everything is working properly, making sure that there's no background noise, making sure that there's no noise outside, making sure it's at a quiet time where you live. The technical problems as well. If there's like a hum or a hiss, you have to do a lot of tests to make sure that you're not wasting your entire take. Then reading the script while also making it sound like you're not reading is very difficult, as you can tell because I fuck it up so often. I'm not very good at that. That's very tricky. And then making sure that you're doing multiple takes, because sometimes your microphone will glitch out for a second, so there'll be an almost unnoticeable kind of pop in the middle of a word, and I hear it back when I listen to it, which means that's going to drive me crazy. So I either need to re-record it, or I need to use a different take and I need to splice them together in audio editing. Audio editing in general is very boring and very long, and it's a lot staring at the screen, just kind of pinpointing the exact point that you stop talking and getting the levels right. So there's no background hiss, but also if you take the background hiss reduction too far, then your voice starts to sound like a robot, so you can't go too far. It really does sound like a robot. So there's all that factors into it. So those are the difficult parts. There's also dealing with criticism, which isn't about the overwhelming amount of negativity that throws at you. That can sometimes get a bit much, but it's more about the trying to recognize what is good criticism, what is bad criticism, because there are a lot of times where people will criticize you, and they're not really criticizing you because they want you to be better, or they're not really criticizing you because they believe in the points. They're criticizing you because they just want to piss you off, or they're annoyed that you criticize their favorite game, so they're going to criticize you back. I get it a lot on Fallout and Dark Souls and Breath of the Wild, and I'll get a lot on Super Mario as well. Some people are very conniving when it comes to disguising this technique, and it can be difficult to get to that point. There was the most standout example that always comes to me is the Reddit thread that was on Breath of the Wild, where there was a guy that was trashing the video in every single thread on the post about it that I remembered, and then it came out that he hadn't even watched the video. He was just there. He admitted it in the thread. He's like, well, someone got him engaged in a conversation with him, and he admitted, well, I haven't even watched the video. I'm just going by the general feeling that I think about it. You know, it's so here's a guy that was presenting his arguments as someone who was trying to debate the points, when he hadn't even watched the video, and he was just going off what other commenters were saying because he likes Breath of the Wild so much. So there's that kind of thing. So that's difficult, because criticism is really important. It's really important to learn and to improve, and it is hard to identify what's the criticism that you should be listening to, unfortunately. And I think that's it. Maybe a lot of the time spent playing the games. That's a good one to end on. Sometimes playing the games can be difficult. I am hating Mario Odyssey right now. I'm hating it, and it's also something that's doubly frustrating, because I'm hating Mario Odyssey right now, but I can't let that dictate my opinion on Odyssey, because I'm doing this for research purposes. My second playthrough is never for, oh, how do I feel about this game, because if I was playing this just for me, I would have stopped. So I can't let that influence my overall personal opinion on the game. It's just for making the video. So yeah, so sometimes the game itself can be the worst part, and I think people might be surprised about that.
What makes a good video game review? How do you think they should be? What advice would you give to someone trying to make them?
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
What makes a good video game review? How do you think they should be? What advice would you give to someone trying to make them?
A good video game review has to, like any review of anything, has to answer the two big questions that a review needs to answer. Is it worth your time? Is it worth your money? Those are the big two. Some people aren't going to care about their time. Some people aren't going to care about their money. But there's going to be some people are going to care about both. But there's no one that's not going to care about their time and not going to care about their money. If they're in that position, they probably have better things to do than play video games. They could go fucking. They're not going to read the review, right? They're going to be playing a game for 20 minutes before they go out on their yacht and go fucking jet skiing or some shit. That's that sort of thing. So yeah, it has to answer those two. It has to communicate clearly to the reader or the viewer what kind of game it is. And for video games, it needs to communicate the core gameplay loop, in my opinion. So if it's got combat, it needs to explain how the combat works without spoiling too much of it, but enough that you can understand if you're going to enjoy it or not. It has to demonstrate that the reviewer understood what they are talking about, which is very important. I know a lot of people disagree with me on that, but for me it's very important. If you do not understand the game, you cannot review it. It is as simple as that to me. I know some people don't agree. I don't understand why they don't agree with that. There's something that's close to objective as far as I'm concerned. If you do not understand the game, you cannot review it unless your review is about how you struggle to understand it, and anyone who else is going to struggle to understand it can benefit from your review. You know what I mean? It's a meta review at that point. Apart from those baseline fundamentals of a review, you should be looking to explain things in a way that makes sense without relying on anecdotes and without saying I feel statements. I feel statements are very important and are very strong in conversation and discourse about anything, especially when you are talking about things that can't be really very measured that well. And when you're just having a conversation that is very casual, or you're discussing something that you don't really know a lot about, but you still want to discuss it and hopefully learn. I feel this way, I feel that way, I feel that this is true, I feel that this isn't true. Very, very important, very, very fine. A good thing that you're saying stuff like that. But for a review, you shouldn't have I felt this way, I feel this way, I feel that way, unless there's an emotional something that resonates emotionally with you because of the game, because of the story or something like that. There should never be the one about controls that I spoke about in the Hat in Time stream. I hate it when reviewers say it has tight responsive controls and then they don't say anything else. So basically what they're saying is that the game is just functional. That's what the statement is saying. The game is functional. You're not explaining how the controls are tight. You're not saying how the controls are responsive. You're not describing it in any way. Controls can vary wildly, and you could say that Dark Souls has tight responsive controls, even though there is a delay from when you hit the button to when you swing. Some people might say that's tight and responsive, but other people might not. Other games have a delay from when you use an input. So a reviewer saying the tight responsive controls and nothing else, you are not describing anything. You are not helping anyone without many more details than that. That is an empty statement. So you want to avoid stuff like that. The game looks good with no other information. Okay, you need to support your statements, basically, is what I'm getting at, and a lot of reviewers don't do that. The pattern that I've noticed with a lot of reviews that I don't really read much anymore, so maybe they're getting better, I have no idea, is that they open with some sort of anecdote or some sort of hype statement, and then they will explain briefly what the game is about and what it's called, or the history of the series or the franchise or whatever it is, if that's applicable. And then they'll talk a little bit about gameplay with a lot of I feel statements, and then they'll finish up with a couple of anecdotes. If the game review is positive and they like the game, they will continue with more of that stuff explaining how great it is, and then they will end with a paragraph or two of, hey, but it could be better, here are a couple things I didn't like, and then the final paragraph will be, but none of this diminished the great quality of this experience, and blah 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 blah. You should definitely get it. If the review is negative, it'll be a lot of paragraphs of how the game fails and it's glitchy and all these other problems, and then there'll be a paragraph at the end and saying, despite that, there were a few glimmers of goodness that I found in this game, blah 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 blah. It looked good, you know, this particular boss fight was pretty good, and then they'll end with I enjoyed some of this part of the game, but sadly I can't recommend it. You know, that's the basic formula of is it a good review, is it a bad review, and there are very few specifics. I think you'll be surprised when if you look at reviews, again, maybe they've gotten better, but in my experience reading back over the last few years, when I read a review, I'm very shocked to find that at the end of the review, even a video review that has the stuff playing, that I know next to nothing about what the game is about. It hasn't informed me whatsoever about it. So that's how I feel about a lot of reviews, and those are the pitfalls to avoid. I think I'm done finally.
I think Nintendo surprised us all with Super Mario Odyssey. Nobody expected them to touch on the ethical implications of mind control. How do you think they handled it? Do you think future Nintendo games should be so deep moving forward?
So is that a long form shitpost question there? before you lead into the other ones. Yeah, they maybe Mario is not the game to do that, but I think a game that it's interesting to look at it really because most people just accepted it that this is just something that you can do, and I wonder if that's commentary on if you had that sort of power, if you would just roll with it and you would just succumb to immediately using it and not really questioning it all that much. I wonder about that. I wonder if there's a serious kind of game, or maybe it has experience, it has been already, a game where you play as Psycho Mantis, and I wonder if that could be a cool moment in gameplay and interactivity where you are told that you have these powers, or you find out that you have these powers, and you can mind control and possess and everything, and the game never explicitly tells you that it's bad. It paints itself as a colorful picture, and that it's good that you're doing this sort of thing, and then later on something happens and you kind of stop and think, wait, hold on, what have I been doing this whole time? Have I really been doing this? Or a game where you have Killgrave powers and you can do whatever you want, and then later on you realize, wait, I just succumbed to the allure of this power, and I just never questioned it. I think that could be interesting. That could be kind of cool, and I think that's all I can say about it. It was a funny question anyway. And I think we're on to the last person, and then we're going to the long quick question extravaganza that we have at the end.
Keep going.
Yep, keep going. Yep, we'll answer some questions at the very end after these next two.
Joshua S. Hey, Joe and Lily.
Hey, Joshua.
What's your favorite childhood video game?
Probably Chrono Trigger, because that's my favorite game. It's also my favorite childhood game, and that's probably why it's my favorite, because of childhood, because of nostalgia, because it was so powerful back then. Other ones would be Mega Man X, A Link to the Past, Final Fantasy VI, Yoshi's Island, Super Mario World, Zelda 2, Star Tropics. I'm trying to think of other ones too. There was a game called Captive on the Atari ST that I really liked a lot. That was a cool game. There's a game called Gods for the Atari ST as well. That's going way back though. What else? There's probably some Super Nintendo game that I'm forgetting. Earthbound was pretty cool, but I don't think it was my favorite. ActRaiser was cool as well, but again, I don't think it was my favorite. But yeah, I think we're gonna go with Chrono Trigger. That was my favorite childhood video game. Yep. I was really big into Nintendo when I was a kid. That was the only console that I had.
Was there ever a movie in theaters you saw that you walked out of before it finished?
No. That's never happened. Funnily enough, though, I've said that I will walk out. I don't know how I'm gonna see it. Maybe I'm just gonna go by myself, like a sad little dad, and go see the new Star Wars movie by myself, because there's no way that me and Lily can go. I've never gone to the movies by myself, so that's gonna be kind of sad.
I would go by myself.
Would you?
Yeah, you get some popcorn and you just sit there and enjoy the movie.
Okay, I'm gonna. I feel like
It kind of sucks because we can't talk about it. But
I feel like I'm gonna be a right knob going by myself, so I don't know. I don't know if yeah, but I said if I go, there is a spoiler that my friend, it's not a spoiler, it was a fan theory spoiler that my friend told me about for the new Star Wars movie, that there's going to be a scene where they're going to do a reversal of the twist in Empire Strikes Back with Rey and Luke, and if I won't say it just in case it's true and it was a leak, but I there's no way that this is going to happen. But if that happens, I'm walking out of the theater. If they actually do that, I'm walking out. Fuck it. I'm not even gonna finish the movie. Just fuck it completely. Fuck it completely.
You'll bring the popcorn home.
I'll bring the popcorn home for you. Yeah. So that's. But everything else, no. I've ran out of the movie theater right as the movie finished. I remember my bladder almost burst open when I went and saw Minority Report. I needed to piss so bad at the end of that, and the movie just is like, okay, the movie's gonna end soon. It has to be. This looks like the final thing, and no, it just keeps going, and it was like, oh no, fuck. So yeah, I just ran right out of the theater after that. Yeah. That's it really. Yeah. Sorry that I can't give you a good answer for that one either. So this never happened to me.
What was probably the most frustrating vid for you to make, and do you think your efforts paid off?
That's between Darkest Dungeon, No Man's Sky, the big Uncharted video with Last of Us, or Fallout 4 1 year later. Those have been the top 4 that have been the hardest to make. Darkest Dungeon, No Man's Sky, obviously because of the games themselves, and that was really, really bad. Darkest Dungeon made me fucking miserable. so miserable, but it didn't make me like borderline psychotic like No Man's Sky did. No Man's Sky made me really start to think some really weird things. Some really weird things is because I was up all night playing that game over and over, and there was no end in sight really. It was just setback after setback as the engines kept breaking. Whereas Darkest Dungeon, I kind of knew that I was moving toward the end, and I had a rough idea of how long I was going to be playing that game for. There was that final kick in the balls at the end where you can't take your guys back, but that was okay. You know, like we could handle that. I leveled so many of every character to try them all out. If you look at my Darkest Dungeon video, you'll see it took me quite a lot of weeks to finish the game. That's because I leveled one of every character and I did everything because I wanted to see it all, and I wanted to try out different party formations for the video, and I didn't want to play the game twice, so that's why it took me so long. And so I had a lot of backup people already, so I was able to recover from the end game twist, but that still made me miserable. Just sitting playing that game over and over and over and over and over and over and over. No Man's Sky as well. Fallout 4 and 1 year later and Uncharted may be unusual options if you're familiar with my videos, because they're pretty good games. They're smooth. What made them difficult was that they were so long that my video software and my computer started breaking while I was making them. More so for Fallout 4 1 year later. It started every single scene that I added to the Fallout 4 1 year later video above 2 hours would cause the program to lock up for 1 to 10 minutes. It was random, 1 to 10 minutes. So I couldn't even walk away because maybe it would work in a minute. So that was really, really bad. Uncharted started doing that, I think, but I think I got away from that by just rendering out each individual part because I wasn't sure if I was going to upload the video separately, and that made it easier. But what made Uncharted bad was that it was late, and in the middle of rendering, we lost power, and I remember being so... I was so tired after staying up to get it done, and it was gonna take a full day to render, and halfway through rendering the power cut out, and I almost, this is the only time that it's ever happened to me, I almost picked up a chair and just threw it right across the room because I was just so, I wasn't even mad, I was just so frustrated. And the only reason I didn't is because I'm a dad now and I can't have that kind of behavior. I can't display that kind of behavior. I was so beyond fucking frustrated that happened. Because I was so past the deadline, and and you know, I was taking it really, really seriously. So yeah, I was really annoyed when that happened. But yeah, I would say Darkest Dungeon overall. I think Darkest Dungeon was the worst video to make. And that's it, right?
That's it. That's just all of them.
Okay, so let's take a couple questions and from chat, and then we will do the big quick question extravaganza, and then we'll end the stream with that. What are some good video game villains that are developed well? I can only think of GLaDOS. GLaDOS is a good one. John Irenicus from Baldur's Gate 2. There are no real villains in New Vegas, I don't think. Benny isn't really a villain. None of them are straight up... They're all villains to each other, really. So that's not all that great. I can't think of any. Yeah, you're right. Some of the Far Cry villains are okay, but they don't get as much screen time as they want, and I can't really remember them all that well. Developed well. Like, villains can be intimidating and visually good. They can be more Darth Vader kind, that are, or like Jaws. Jaws and Darth Vader are villains that have some similarities, that they're very intimidating, they're very imposing, but in terms of how developed they are, not really. Like, it's a shark, you know? How what's the shark's backstory? Well, it's a shark. One time it ate a fish and it was bad. You know, there's no backstory to Jaws. And Darth Vader does have a backstory, but you don't hear about it. He's just the really cool guy with the really bad sword. You know, like that's it. I can't think of many good, well developed video game villains. The family in Resident Evil 7 had some surprising impact at the end. That was kind of cool. No, I can't think of any. I'm sorry. There's probably some, but I just can't think of them off the top of my head. Favorite boss in Neo? Probably the DLC ones, despite dying so much on them. I actually looked up a video of the Neo bosses, DLC bosses, after I stopped today, and I am I am so undergeared and so underleveled. This is a video of this guy, and he was just trading hits with these bosses, and they're taking off 1/50th of his health bar. He doesn't care. He's just there, just hacking away. Just doesn't give a shit. He's just trading hits all the time. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel bad at all anymore about how I did with Neo. Like, holy crap. I feel like after looking at that, I feel like I inadvertently did a soul level 1 mode on my first time. Holy shit. But yeah, definitely the DLC ones. I'm generally more positive on the bosses of Neo than I was before. After you get past the centipede and water boss and some of the more boring humanoids, there are some pretty decent bosses in the game. It's pretty cool. Edie Finch. Good villain. Do you think bullet hell games could benefit from randomness, like random patterns every run, or is it always a bad idea? I'm not familiar enough to bullet hells to say that. Gungeon has randomness in it, and I like that, but I don't know. I don't know enough about him to say that. Sorry. It's worth exploring, I think, but I don't know. What's your opinion on pre-made RPG characters like in The Witcher? I think that's a cool idea, and again, like the randomness we just spoke, it's worth exploring. I think that it's cool to have your own player character that you can puppet when you're in a game, and you can really become this person and pretend that you're them. But it's kind of boring and kind of dull at the same time. Sometimes it can feel just like a dead character in your party, and it's more interesting to have someone that has more opinions and can talk and can have their own input. But when it comes to choices, I don't think there should be any voiced dialogue or anything like that. Unless it's done exceptionally well and a lot of work is put in to make sure the choices can work properly. Yeah, that's how I feel. I have Undertale. Favorite boss fight ever? Probably Sin from Dark Souls 2. I really like Sin. I have Undertale but never found the time to finish it. Should I watch the VOD or should I play it? Chat, help. I have no idea, sorry. I know nothing about Undertale. The star from Fury is really good too. Following your Hollow Knight video, did you revisit the game with the free Grim Troop DLC? No, I didn't. Not yet. I'll play it when the DLC comes out properly. All the rest of the DLC. And I think we're going to call it here, guys. We're going to do the last run of questions. This is probably going to go on for about 5 minutes. So buckle in, and then we're going to call the stream afterwards. So this is...
Stuart.
Yeah, this is just a non-stop... You're allowed unlimited quick questions. So... these are a shit ton of unlimited quick questions that I'm just going to answer yes, no, or whatever it's going to work. And if it goes horribly, then we'll just stop. Oh, I like the star because of the music and the atmosphere and the visuals of the fight, not really for the gameplay. If you're confused why I like the star so much, because you're right, you can't use your sword, but there's something about that I really like. I love how the music works in that fight. Anyway, let's go.
Hey Joe and Lily, hope all is well. You guys said we can ask as many quick questions as we like, so I have chosen to accept that challenge for the good of the community. A simple yes/no answer will suffice. Oh, and Lily totally said this was okay in Discord earlier, so don't blame me, Joe.
What the fuck, Lily?
Way to throw me under the bus. Okay. Have you played Advance Wars?
No.
Have you played Telltale games?
Not really.
Have you played Perfect Dark?
Yes.
Have you played Galaga?
No.
Have you played The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker?
Yes.
Have you played Super Mario Galaxy 2?
Yes.
Have you played Donkey Kong 94?
Yes.
Have you played Ico?
Yes.
Have you played Super Mario World 2?
Yes.
Yoshi's Island?
Yes.
Have you played Batman Arkham Asylum?
No.
Have you played System Shock 2?
Yes.
Have you played the Oregon Trail?
No.
Have you played Grand Theft Auto Vice City?
No.
Have you played SimCity 2000?
Yes.
Have you played Mike Tyson's Punch-Out?
Yes.
Have you played XCOM UFO Defense?
Very briefly, yes.
Have you played Contra?
Yes.
Have you played Fallout 2?
No.
Have you played Resident Evil 2?
Yes.
Have you played The Secret of Monkey Island?
Yes.
Have you played Final Fantasy VII?
Yes.
Have you played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2?
Yes.
Have you played Fallout 3?
Yes.
Have you played Zork 1, The Great Underground Empire?
No.
Have you played Devil May Cry 3, Dante's Awakening?
Yes.
Have you played Earthbound?
Yes.
Have you played League of Legends?
Yes.
Have you played Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness?
Yes.
Have you played Spelunky?
Yes.
Have you played Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six 3 Ravenshield?
No. Wait. Maybe. No. Maybe.
Have you played Mega Man 2?
Yes.
Have you played Gran Turismo 3 Espec?
Gran
Just go.
Turismo.
That's it.
I've played a Gran Turismo. I can't remember which one it is. I played the first one, maybe the second one, maybe the third one.
Have you played Suikoden 2?
No.
Have you played Final Fantasy Tactics?
Advanced, yes. Not the original PS1 though.
Have you played GoldenEye 007?
Yes.
Have you played Burnout 3?
Yes.
Have you played Skyrim?
Yes.
Have you played Super Smash Bros. Melee?
Yes.
Have you
Captain
played
Falcon all the way. Yes.
Have you played Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge?
No.
Have you played Grim Fandango?
No.
Have you played Donkey Kong?
Yes.
Have you played Persona 4?
No.
Have you played Team Fortress 2?
Yes.
Have you played Mech Warrior 2 31st Century Combat?
No.
Have you played StarCraft?
Yes.
Have you played Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast?
I've played all of them, yes.
Have you played Thief 2 The Metal Age?
No.
Have you played Ms. Pac-Man?
Yes.
Have you played Pokemon Yellow?
Yes.
Have you played Mass Effect 2?
Yes.
Have you played Dota 2?
Yes.
Have you played COD 4?
Yes.
Have you played The Last of Us?
Yes.
Have you played Uncharted 2?
Yes.
Have you played Metroid Prime?
Yes.
Have you played Diablo 2?
No.
Have you played Banjo-Kazooie?
Yes.
Have you played Resident Evil 4?
Yes.
Have you played Counter-Strike 1.6?
No.
Have you played Metal Gear Solid?
Yes.
Have you played Dark Souls?
Yes.
Have you played Journey?
No.
Have you played Mass Effect? Have
Yes.
you played Silent Hill 2?
Briefly, no.
Have you played Bioshock?
Yes.
Have you played World of Warcraft?
Yes.
Have you played Shadow of the Colossus?
Yes.
Have you played Battlefield 1942?
Yes.
Have you played Rock Band?
No.
Have you played Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic?
Yes.
Have you played The Legend of Zelda?
Yes.
Have you played Red Dead Redemption?
No.
Have you played Final Fantasy VI?
Yes.
Where am I? Have you played Castlevania Symphony of the Night?
No.
Have you played Half-Life?
Yes.
Have you played Metal Gear Solid 3?
Yes.
Snake Eater?
Yes.
Have you
Same
oh, is that
game.
the same one?
Same
Sorry.
game, yeah.
Have you played Sid Meier's Civilization 4?
Yes.
Have you played Star Wars TIE Fighter? TIE Fighter?
No.
Have you played Halo Combat Evolved?
Yep.
Have you played Super Mario Galaxy?
Yep.
Have you played Street Fighter 2?
Yes.
Have you played Deus Ex?
Yep.
Have you played Baldur's Gate 2?
Yep.
Have you played Portal?
Yep.
Have you played Grand Theft Auto 4?
No.
Have you played Grand Theft Auto 5?
No.
Have you played Minecraft?
Yes.
Have you played Super Mario World?
Yes.
Have you played Chrono Trigger?
Yep.
Have you played Sid Meier's Pirates?
No.
Have you played Super Mario 64?
Yes.
Have you played Tetris?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Have you played Halo 2?
Yes.
Have you played The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time?
Yep.
Have you played Super Metroid?
Yes.
Have you played Half-Life 2?
Yes.
Have you played Portal 2?
Yes.
Have you played Super Mario Brothers?
Yes.
Have you played Doom 1993?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Have you played Doom 2016?
Yes.
Have you played The Legend of Zelda A Link to the Past?
Yes.
Have you played Super Mario Brothers 3?
Yes.
Have you played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds?
Very briefly, but yes.
Have you played Destiny?
Not the first one.
Have you played Destiny 2?
Yes.
Have you played Star Wars Battlefront 2015?
No.
Have you played Star Wars Battlefront 2017?
No.
Have you played the original Battlefronts?
No.
Have you played Call of Duty World War II?
No.
Have you played Horizon Zero Dawn?
Yes.
Have you played Uncharted 1?
Yes.
Have you played FIFA 18?
No.
Have you played Super Mario Odyssey?
Yes.
Have you played Wolfenstein 2?
No.
Have you played Assassin's Creed?
Wait, is Wolfenstein 2 the new one that just came out, or is Wolfenstein Return to Castle Wolfenstein?
Does it say?
I haven't played the new Wolfensteins. Assassin's Creed, yes, I have played.
Have you played Assassin's Creed 2?
Yes.
Have you played Assassin's Creed Brotherhood?
Yes.
Have you played Assassin's Creed Revelations?
A little.
Have you played Shadow of Mordor?
No.
Have you played Shadow of War?
No.
Have you played Prey 2017?
Yes.
Have you played Injustice 2?
No.
Have you played For Honor?
No.
Have you played Fire Emblem Warriors?
No.
Have you played The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild?
Yep.
Are you enjoying these questions, Joe?
No.
What about you, Lily? Lily's really fucking tired. Have you played Dishonored?
Yes.
Have you played Dishonored 2?
No.
Have you played Dishonored Death of the Outsider?
No.
Have you played South Park The Stick of Truth?
No.
Have you played Nier Automata?
Yes.
Have you played The Evil Within?
Yes.
Have you played The Evil Within 2?
Yes.
Have you played Gravity Rush?
No.
Have you played Gravity Rush 2?
No.
Have you played Neo?
Yes.
Have you played Splatoon?
No.
Have you played Ghost Recon Wildlands?
No.
Have you ever been out of your country?
Yes.
Ooh, he's slipping them in now. In between these questions, there's like real questions. Have you ever failed a quiz?
No.
Really? Are you a good singer?
No.
Have you been arrested?
No.
Have you held a snake?
No.
Have you sang karaoke?
No.
Have you sat on a rooftop?
Yeah.
Have you climbed a mountain?
No.
Have you donated blood?
No.
Have you shaved your head?
Yes.
Ever failed a test?
I don't think so. No. I'm trying like a school test or some stupid online test. I don't think I ever failed a school test. No.
Are you a good artist?
No.
Are you human?
No.
Are lizards small?
What? Some of them are. What?
Are apples red fruit?
Red fruit?
Not always. Sometimes they're green.
No.
Are muscles needed to move our body?
Yes.
Are scoops of ice cream sweet?
Yes.
Are bananas and oranges sweet vegetables?
No.
Are dogs and cats animals that live in the jungle?
No.
Are roses tall trees?
What the? No. What the fuck?
Are wild animals dangerous?
Yes.
Are coffee and hot chocolate cold drinks?
No.
Are shovels something you would use to dig a hole with?
Yeah.
Are computers used to brush your teeth with?
No.
Are fruits and vegetables healthy to eat?
Sure.
Are musicians and artists creative?
Yes.
Are pencils and markers used to write on a whiteboard? Not pencils.
No.
Are Spanish and German different languages?
I think so,
Are
yes.
cars used to drive on the water?
Maybe.
Do you regret allowing this many questions? I'm starting to.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think so.
Are rattlesnakes poisonous?
I have no idea.
Are band-aids used for healing?
Yes, they are.
Are umbrellas used to keep you wet?
No.
Are the letters D and S in the word dressing? Yes.
Yes.
Are flies and robins small insects?
Flies and robins?
Robins are birds.
Yeah, so no. They're not both small insects.
Are clocks and bikes used to tell time?
No, they're not both used to tell time.
Are violins and pianos musical instruments?
Yes.
Are paint and syrup used to take a bath in?
You could?
If you're Canadian. Are aspirin and Tylenol pain relievers?
Yeah.
Are airplanes flown inside?
If you had a big enough inside?
Are pillows and mattresses used to sleep on?
Yes.
Are shoes worn over the top of socks?
Sometimes.
Are football and baseball types of food?
No.
Are chips and pretzels salty?
They can be.
Are houses more than $50?
They can be.
Are lasagna and spaghetti Chinese dishes?
They could be.
Are peanuts made into jam?
I don't think that could happen, no.
Are ovens used to freeze things?
If you modded it, sure.
Are there 80 minutes in an hour?
No.
Can pigs walk on 2 feet?
Yes.
Can you touch your elbow with your nose?
No.
Can you fry vegetables in a pan?
Yeah.
Can you brush your teeth with a shoe?
If you have a big enough mouth and a small enough shoe, yes.
Can you stretch a rock?
No.
Can you grow a mustache on your foot?
We have the technology, but I can't, no.
Can you sleep in the daytime?
Yes.
Can you ride a bike without a helmet?
You could, yes.
Can you drive a car wearing a blindfold?
You could, yes.
Can a backpack get cold?
Sure. What?
What did I agree to? Can you stir something with a spoon?
Yes.
Can you wear pajamas to schoolwork?
Sure.
Can you jump over a puddle?
Yes.
Can you eat tomato soup with a fork? If it's really pulpy.
Yeah.
Can you keep a horse inside your house?
Sure.
Can you see in the dark without a flashlight?
Yes.
Can you buy eggs by the dozen?
Yes.
Can you teach a cat to talk?
No.
Can a tiger be your pet?
Yes.
Can you rake leaves with a hammer? Probably.
Yes.
Can you ride a camel?
Yes.
Can you use a shovel at the beach?
Yes.
Can you eat without a mouth?
No.
Can a circle have corners?
No.
Can a fish live out of water?
Not for very long.
Can you rip concrete?
No.
Can you wear a tie?
Yes.
Can you drive a car without wearing a seatbelt?
You can.
Can you make bread without using flour?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Can you freeze orange juice?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I used to make that when I was a kid. Which answer do you think has been more common, yes or no?
Yes.
Are you enjoying the stream so far?
This is the end of the stream, so yeah, it was a pretty good stream. This was a good way to end it.
Has the answer to that question changed the most common answer?
No.
Thanks for answering those questions, Joe. They were really bugging me this last month. Let me know if I'm asking too much, but I was really hoping Lily could now answer them. I don't think so.
No. No, we're not doing them all again with Lily answering them. That was a great ending. Holy shit, that was a good way to end that that long stretch
my
of questions.
eyes are watering. I'm so tired.
Holy shit. No, I asked them to Lily. No, we're not doing
Oh,
that.
that was a
no.
plot twist.
Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. Okay, thanks for stopping by, everybody. Oh, shit. Okay, so, yeah. So, tomorrow we're doing Undertale. We're going to be live with Undertale in fucking 8 hours. Oh, no.
Yeah, I have to get up with the kids before that.
Oh, no. Why did we do this? Why did we do this? Okay, well, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Okay, thanks, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow, or I'll see you when the VOD goes up.
Stream starts at 11 a.m.
AM.
Eastern.
Yep, 11 a.m. Eastern for Undertale.
Just start now.
Just start now. Oh, shit. Okay, see you guys later. Have a good night. How do I stop the stream again? This button? I'm so tired now. How do you stop the stream? Yes.